Good evening, good folks, and welcome to the City of Muskegon City Commission work session for this Monday, September 8th, 2025. Before we get on with the business, I just want to remind folks that we do have public comment. Public comment at our work sessions reserved for the end of the meeting. At our general sessions, we have public comment at the beginning of the meeting on any agenda items, as well as general public comment at the end of the meeting for general sessions and any public hearings that happen throughout the meeting. But for our work sessions, general public comments at the end of the meeting. I have received numerous public comment forms already. If you wish to give public comment, I encourage you to complete these forms. They're at the back of the room. Please provide your name and home address. Note, I will not be sharing your home address publicly, nor will I be asking you to announce your home address. That's for our records. I may recognize, if you're a City of Muskegon resident, which neighborhood you're joining us from, and if you're not a City of Muskegon resident, which other township, village, or city you're joining us from. We also have public comment by phone, and so we will be going to the phones during that time. And for folks watching at home or wherever, because it is on Facebook Live, as well as YouTube and Public Access Channel 96, there'll be a phone number scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and that will be the opportune time to call in. I'm going to give you that phone number now for anyone watching, but do not call right this moment. Just have it at the ready. That phone number is 231-724-6721. Whether you're giving public comment by phone or in person, you have up to 3 minutes to give your remarks. And so again, if you've not completed a public comment form, I encourage you to do so and hand it to the city clerk at the end of the dais over here. Good evening, welcome. And we're going to get started. We are all assembled with our commissioners, and we're going to get started with a presentation from our city manager.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go over the development agreement that we've been working on with MartDoc, and just looking at what our agenda will be for this presentation. We're going to start by talking about how did we get here, kind of what's the history of the development agreement, what's the history of the proposal that we have before us tonight. We will then do a high level of the properties that are involved with the proposal, just to make sure that we're all talking about the same properties. And then we're going to go through a review of the development agreement. I do want to note that legal agreements are not necessarily written to be read top to bottom, like most other documents are, so we will kind of be summarizing different aspects together. As we go through and look at this document, different sections of the agreement will be noted as far as what paragraph and subparagraph we're talking about on that agreement. Those are smaller notations on the right-hand side of the notated area that we're talking about. We will then go into timeline moving forward, both what we anticipate the short and long-term timeline to be, and then we will move into the commission discussion ahead of going into public comment. So, in the late 1980s, the city underwent major rezoning of properties throughout the community. MartDoc was one of many properties that became a grandfathered non-conforming use as a result of those zoning changes. This means that MartDoc could continue to use their properties for existing use, but could not expand port operations or other type of operations that weren't already in existence at that point in time. When you're a grandfathered use, you cannot make your use more non-conforming. So this has limited what MartDoc could and could not do on its property since the late 80s. Beginning in the 1990s, the city, community partners, and others started to serious discussions about the redevelopment of lakefront in the city of Muskegon. One of the first plans to truly articulate this vision was the 1999 Waterfront Redevelopment Plan. This is the cover sheet from the 1999 plan, which shows Fisherman's Landing as a port node, MartDoc and the 3rd Street Wharf as a civic node, and interestingly, the Verplank property as a recreational and habitat area. So if we zoom into that, you can see that a little bit better. This is a scanned document from the 90s, so I apologize for the fuzziness on this. Now, if we go and look at the Fisherman's Landing site specifically on what was envisioned in this area, you can see in the lower left-hand corner of this document, it does show port operations at the MartDoc site. and then as well as in the upper right-hand corner, that port complex and connections to different transportation routes from there. And you can see that we do actively have port operations in the Fisherman's Landing channel or berth at this point in time. This picture was taken on July 26, 2025, as a salt ship was offloading a shipment of salt to the salt dock there. This demonstrates that even now the channel at Fisherman's Landing is being actively used for ships coming and going in and out of Muskegon Lake, while the activities at Fisherman's Landing are still ongoing. This, moving a little bit further on the east side of the lake, is the concept of what we were looking at for what is now the Verplank property and an integration with Richards Park. This concept isn't unlike what we've discussed for the future of this property, which is shown here. This is just a conceptual idea of what this property could be used for with wetland remediation and estuary restoration. This would be approximately 25 acres of Verplank property that would be acquired along the south branch of the Muskegon River and Muskegon Lake. Part of this project, we would partner with the watershed partnerships and other to restore the river estuary and other habitats to create passive recreational opportunities for the community. And this is not unlike what we've seen on the north branch of the river in North Muskegon. Continuing with the history, in 1998, the city's charter parks were established. On the final proposed list, Fisherman's Landing was left off because of the city's desire to develop the property into port operations. In fact, we know this for sure because in the original iteration of the charter park, Fisherman's Landing was on the first list and then was deliberately removed because of this port operation discussion. Following the late 1990s plan, follow-up plans including the Imagine Muskegon Lake Plan and the city's master plans called for the consolidation of port operations to the east end of Muskegon Lake. This was seen as a benefit for several reasons, primarily the proximity to US 31, as well as the rail yard in that location, which could facilitate easier rail logistics, and the potential for light industrial manufacturing to be located nearby. Oops, sorry, I got behind on my slides there. I'm presenting this information to show that this is not a new idea, but but some of the details are a little bit different. And indeed, much of what we're discussing today is closer to the 1990s concept than the 2000s and 2010 concepts of more recent years. And for reference purposes, the city has put that 1990 plan on our Connect Muskegon page for reference. So, if this has been out in the ether for 30 years, what's changed now? We have willing partners. Mart Dock and Verplank who have both come to the table and expressed an eagerness to collaborate on changing operations and divest of properties. And in the case of Mart Dock, even restrict activity on existing properties. Community leaders and organizations are coming together to discuss how to make changes a reality that benefit the majority of the residents of the city of Muskegon and our visitors. We were able to secure a $2.8 million state enhancement grant thanks to the efforts of Representative Sabo and Snyder and Senator Bumstead. This allows for the city to acquire the 3rd Street Wharf area and provide funds for its redevelopment, as well as to facilitate the preservation of historic vessels in the downtown, such as the LST and potentially the USS Silversides. The availability of port infrastructure development grants from the federal government, which we know will be continued. Mart Dock also began to engage with the Smith Group, which is a world-renowned waterfront development firm based in Wisconsin that has designed the Detroit Riverwalk and other similar waterfront projects around the Great Lakes to discuss the possibilities of the redevelopment of Mart Dock proper. Following the recent adoption of the city's updated master plan, the Muskegon Lakeshore Chamber of Commerce, in connection with Mart Dock and other property owners along Muskegon Lake, convened to develop a common vision from the Boys and Girls Club to the Verplank property along the eastern shores of Muskegon Lake to discuss how to do this cohesively in a way that benefits the whole community. It should be noted that Fisherman's Landing too has changed in this period of time. Under the current management, there have been significant improvements to the campground itself, and the use of Fisherman's Landing has changed. I want to hit on a couple of the community benefits as well. We will see an expanded public access to Muskegon Lake and the south branch of the Muskegon River. We will see expanded access to Muskegon Lake in the downtown. This aligns with the City Commission's strategic goals of public access to Muskegon Lake. It activates portions of the city's master plan and the Imagine Muskegon Lake plan. This plan will benefit community by facilitating further environmental cleanup, especially restoration, estuary restoration along the south branch of the Muskegon River, and facilitate further economic development and job creation. I want to hit on the economic development portion a little bit more. One of the arguments that we've heard is of the economic impact that the campground has on downtown Muskegon. It is true that campers do visit downtown and do support businesses. However, from foot traffic data, we also know that some of the most popular restaurants and shopping locations for Fisherman's Landing are outside of the city. Additionally, when you look at foot traffic data, which tells you where people are coming from before and where they're going after visiting a specific location, we see that the campground doesn't show up in the top 10 locations where people visit before or after visiting our downtown locations. This doesn't mean that it's not happening. It doesn't mean that there's not an impact. But when we look at the foot traffic data that we have access to, it shows us where the majority of people are coming before and after. Also, the Greater Muskegon Economic Development Corporation did a study in 2021 which showed that the redevelopment of the Mart Dock site would create more than 200 construction jobs and more than 300 sustainable jobs going forward. It will also generate more than $41 million in annual economic activity within Muskegon County and more than $14 million in wages. This does not take into account property and income taxes that the city would generate from these new jobs and this investment. Taking a step back on the access portion, so this is the actual footage that would change that the city would own on Muskegon Lake and the south branch of the river. Currently, it's just under 2,400 feet, and this would change to nearly 5,000 feet. That's a 107% increase. The other thing to keep in mind with this is that a good chunk of that, actually more than half of that 2,400 feet is behind a fence line at the campground. The total acreage that the city would own on Muskegon Lake would increase by 63%, from 22 acres to 36 acres. Now, taking a look at the properties that we're talking about here, the Verplank property up on the northeast portion of Muskegon Lake here in orange, the Fisherman's Landing property in green, and the Mart Dock property in yellow. Currently, at the Mart Dock site, we have shipping, storage, the LST, the Aquastar, and event parking. This is an aerial shot of those areas just to orientate yourself. The Terrace Point parking lot for the Shoreline Inn is there in the lower part of the photo, and then in the upper part you can see the LST there. We're also talking about the campground, which has, Fisherman's Landing as a whole has boat launching, kayak launching, fishing, and the campground. The campground is behind a fence, which is dictated here in orange. And then we're talking about the Verplank property as well. This property is currently fenced off and runs along the Lakeshore Trail that runs along the south branch of the Muskegon River and then also along the frontage of Muskegon Lake. And it is currently primarily vacant property. There is a communications tower on the site as well. So we're going to talk about the development agreement here. I do want to note at the outset that most of the exhibits are not complete. This is because depending on the reception of this agreement by the commission, some of those exhibits could be impacted and we didn't want to incur costs twice. Most of the exhibits that are not completed are legal descriptions of property, and we just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be adjusting those more than once. Also, as I noted at the beginning of the presentation, legal agreements jump around a little bit, so we'll be reviewing the document in connected pieces, and then the numbers and letters to the right of the bullet point denote the section or sections of the agreement that the topic is discussed specifically. So, looking at the Fisherman's Landing site, the agreement will be a lease of the Fisherman's Landing campground to West Michigan Dock, which is also known as Mart Dock. And that is in paragraphs 2A and F of the agreement, and it will be for 50 years with an optional 40-year extension. Starting on January 1, 2028, and going through the life of the lease, West Michigan Dock would have the option to purchase the Fisherman's Landing campground property through quick claim deed. The lease payments, which would be a prepaid lease that had already been made, would be considered compensation for the property. West Michigan Dock will operate the campground until the city acquires the conversion property. The preferred conversion property is 25 acres adjacent to Fisherman's Landing, currently owned by Plank. However, the agreement gives the city commission, in its sole discretion, the flexibility to purchase other property to meet the conversion if it so deemed necessary. It's worth noting that city staff has had preliminary conversations with the DNR about the conversion property, and the DNR was excited about the possibilities with this 25 acres on Verplank property. If the conversion property is never secured, West Michigan Dock will be required to maintain the campground as outlined in paragraph 2B at the top of page 2 of the agreement. Paragraph 2D breaks down the payments for Fisherman's Landing. This will be a prepaid lease, as I've already noted. The first lease payment will be equal to whatever the city pays for the 3rd Street Wharf property, which is noted in this agreement as the city acquired property, and we'll talk about that in a moment. That payment will be due upon the closing, the second payment will be due upon the closing, that payment will be due upon the closing of the city acquired property, which is the 3rd Street Wharf property, and that's when the lease will start. The second payment will be for the balance of the monies due based on the value of the Fisherman's Landing property, and we'll get into the appraisals here in a moment. Development of Fisherman's Landing into a port will take several years. However, once Fisherman's Landing Port becomes active, West Michigan and Dock agrees to stop port operations at Mart Dock within 5 years. And this is an important part of this agreement. This has been a discussion point between the city and the Mart Dock for a number of years on if this was to occur, what guarantees do we have that operations would cease at the current Mart Dock site. This puts into place that within 5 years it would stop. The 5-year window can be extended by the city manager if they deem necessary. That extension can be for no more than 1 year, but it can be multiple extensions if it's deemed appropriate. And obviously, the city manager reports to the city commission, so it wouldn't be something that would just be done over and over without explanation as to why. After West Michigan Dock vacates the Mart Dock site itself, a self-imposed deed restriction will come into effect. This will prohibit port operations at Mart Dock. This is another big highlight here of this agreement, and something that we had talked with Mart Dock about. Again, the guarantees of how we're sure that moving forward they wouldn't have port operations at 2 sites, and this was a concession that they made. They would still be allowed to have cruise ships docking there, which is something that the city wants to see in the downtown. And then operations such as the Aquastar would also be able to continue. This is more of a recreational opportunity as opposed to a port. They could also do port operations and boat storage, service, and repair. I do want to note that under the current zoning, boat storage, service, and repair is a use by right. So this isn't necessarily a special accommodation that's being made here, and isn't inconsistent with other port operations as well. Paragraph 2E on the top of page 3 notes that Mart Dock proper, and now we're working into our partnership portions here of this agreement, notes that Mart Dock proper will have 65% of its property rezoned to Port Industrial PUD. This is kind of an insurance policy for Mart Dock, given the rezoning that occurred nearly 40 years ago. That's kind of stifled development there. Keep in mind that if port operations move, there's still the self-imposed deed restrictions that go into place on the property, and the wind down of port operations of over a 5-year period. Although the rezone is discussed in the agreement, city staff has agreed that this process can start before the agreement is finalized and will be completed at the time of the final vote that this development agreement is considered. So at the time that this development agreement is actually considered for a final vote was when that rezoning would also be considered for a final vote. They would be done together. The city will also rezone Fisherman's Landing, which we own, to Port Industrial PUD at the same time. This aligns with the current zoning at the Verplank property. It's important to note, as West Michigan Dock owns the Mart Dock, they can ask for this rezoning at any point in time. So moving forward before the agreement's in place isn't that big of a deal. The city will purchase, excuse me one second. Allergies are going crazy.
Yeah, right? It's all good.
I took my allergy medicine, but it's not working very well. I apologize. The city will purchase from Mart Dock the 3rd Street Wharf property. Following the ratification of this agreement, at that time, the lease of the campground would also occur. That is on 2-1 of the agreement. As long as the plan is, the other thing is the city will agree to some restrictions of riparian rights along the 3rd Street area. This is in 3A. The reason that we're doing this is the long-term plan is to have cruise ships dock at the current Mart Dock site, which is across from the 3rd Street Wharf. And the city doesn't want to do anything with that property that would impede the cruise ships from docking. So, such as putting dockages out along the face of the berth there that would prevent ships from docking and things of that nature. Looking at the appraisals, this is a question that's come up. How are we going to determine how we're getting value for these properties? The value of the properties will be determined the same way and with the same appraisers. Related to the campground, that's on 2C, and related to the 3rd Street Wharf, that is 3C. And what will happen is a mutually agreed upon appraiser will determine the value of the site. If there's a disagreement with the appraised number that is arrived at, there is a process in both 2C and 3C, identical, that allows for a remedy to be made. And essentially, there would be another appraisal that's done, and then the average of the two is taken as the value of the property. Looking at the 3rd Street Wharf still further, paragraph 3 and its accompanying subparagraphs outline the purchase of the city-acquired property. In this case, this is the 3rd Street Wharf. The city will acquire this property fee simple, which means we will own it, and the property will look approximately like this. At the base of the property there along Terrace Point, that's approximately the same width as what 3rd Street is on the south side of Shoreline Drive. This is a GIS a GIS aerial that was taken from County GIS, and this represents a little bit more than 2.5 acres. The width and the larger parcel flag at the end of the wharf ensures view sheds from downtown, so that current view that you have if you're at 3rd and Western at Together Muskegon Rising looking down will be maintained. And then there's also the area at the flag part at the end where folks can enjoy Muskegon Lake there. As depicted here, the head of the 3rd Street Wharf is about a quarter mile from 3rd and Western Together Muskegon Rising, like I was just talking about. That takes the average person about 5 minutes to walk, and then another 2 or 3 minutes to the end of that property, and then they can also connect into the Terrace Point Pier as well. And then this property is also about a mile away from Muskegon High School's campus in the Nelson neighborhood. The rendering on the left shows part of the Smith Group's concept for this area. So you can see the cruise ship location across from the 3rd Street area, and then some development and green space that would occur around it. This is another project that the Smith Group worked on in the city of Green Bay, Wisconsin, along the Black River. And this is a similar concept to what we would be seeing along the 3rd Street area as well, where you have the public promenade area interfacing with development along the side. Continuing with the 3rd Street Wharf, we've talked about the acreage. The city also acknowledges that there is a restricted covenant on this property as outlined in Exhibit K, that's specifically in paragraph 3B. And that is currently up on the Connect Muskegon page and was in the packet as well. I think it's important to note that nearly all property along Muskegon Lake is infill from our lumbering and industrial past and have varying levels of contamination and restrictions associated with it. This includes Fisherman's Landing, Harbor 31, Terrace Point, Heritage Landing, etc. So this is not a unique condition for property along our lakeshore, given our history. Continuing with the partnership discussion, the city and West Michigan Dock will work together to pursue port development grants for the redevelopment of the campground site into port operations. This will most likely be through what's called a port and PIDP grant through the through the federal government. Like I said before, we know that grant will be continuing. The city and MarkDock will also will work on together acquiring the Verplank property. 25 acres of this property along the south branch of the river and Muskegon Lake will come into the city for park expansion, wetland restoration, and natural habitat restoration and maintenance. This property would be intended to meet our conversion obligations as a result of the loss of the campground. And looking at what that would look like here, this is just a rough estimation of what this would look like. You can see the purple areas are the Fisherman's Landing campground, and then the acreage that MarkDock would maintain from that, and then the new park space, which is in the varying shades of blue-green along the river and along the lakefront. And again, this would be for leisure activities, wetland preservation, nature trails, fishing, things of that nature. There are folks who currently already do fish along the south branch of the river on the bike trail bridge that crosses in that area. This will be directly adjacent to that. Continuing on the partnerships. The city is the recipient of a state enhancement grant for a total of $2.8 million, as I noted in the reasons why this is moving forward at this point. These dollars were appropriated to support a community wharf project in the city of Muskegon. This section of the agreement, which is in Section 5, commits part of this enhancement grant to the LST and associated costs with its relocation and preservation. All other grant dollars would be spent on the 3rd Street Wharf, including covering the purchase price from MarkDock and other upgrades to the site. Sorry, got behind on my clicking there. What I was just talking about with the display and relocation. And so looking at the opportunities and risks that are associated with this development agreement. The opportunities, we are looking at more than doubling the amount of publicly owned waterfront property on Muskegon Lake in the south branch of the river. We would have the opportunity to see the redevelopment of the MarkDock in downtown Muskegon as well, with guaranteed timelines on the stopping of operations and deed restrictions voluntarily going into place on that property once operations at the Fisherman's Landing site were to commence. There would be substantial recreation expansion on the city's east side, including estuary restoration of the south branch of the river, as I've mentioned several times, and wetland preservation. We would see expanded east side recreation opportunities for all, sustained economic development, as I talked about earlier, and solutions for our historic maritime vessels. There are risks associated with this. Full use of the $2.8 million state enhancement grant. We would be giving up some control over that grant. Retirement of the Fisherman's Landing campground. As I noted before, the campground has changed over time. The current management of the site, of the campground site, have done a very good job with the management of that campground. There would still be continued boat storage at the MarkDock site, and there would be no specific timeline for the development to occur, only key triggers. However, key triggers are an important factor moving forward. And then looking at Fisherman's Landing itself, what remains and what's lost. The launch ramp remains, the fish cleaning station remains, the bathrooms remain, the pavilion would be relocated, fishing opportunities remain, and the kayak launch remains. We would be losing the 109 fenced campsites and the revenue that they have in that area, as well as 46 parking spots and potentially some flex parking spots in another area. What does the timeline look like? Currently, today, September, we're doing the presentation to the City Commission. regarding the community development agreement. We anticipate in October beginning the rezone process of both Fisherman's Landing and the Mart Dock and the finalization of exhibits, most of which are the legal descriptions of the properties involved, and then the campground lease as well. And it should be noted, we do have a campground lease that we currently have with the current management of the campground, which has been in place for many years. We do anticipate voting on the rezoning in November and approval of the agreement in November. These would both be most likely at our second meeting in November, which is the week of Thanksgiving. Possible examples of timelines moving forward. 2026, the city would acquire the 3rd Street Wharf and begin improvements. The Mark Docks lease of Fisherman's Landing begins and take over management of the campground. Application for the Port Development Grant is made most likely in 26, although that could shift a little bit depending on grant criteria and timelines. Then in year X, we don't exactly know what year that will be, the LST and possibly the Silversides would relocate to the 3rd Street area. In year Y, moving forward, redevelopment of Fisherman's Landing Campground into port operations commences. City acquires 25 acres of the Verplank property. In year Y+1, construction most likely of Fisherman's Landing continues. I don't think it'll be finished in 1 year. And in year Z, operations at Fisherman's Landing commence and the 5-year window starts on ending port operations at Mart Dock. Year Z+5, port operations at Mart Dock end and deed restrictions go into place. Important to note, these are voluntary deed restrictions. These are not being imposed by the city. They're being voluntarily entered into by the property owner, which makes those deed restrictions stronger moving forward, even if they're run counter to the zoning that's in place. I think it's also important to talk about the port impact on Muskegon Lake and in Muskegon in general. Muskegon Lake is the largest deepwater port in West Michigan. We have tons and tons and tons of aggregate and other shipping operations that come in and out of the channel every year. This is important to maintain the dredging of the Muskegon Channel. Because of the tonnage that we have coming in and out of Muskegon, the federal government does the dredging for the city of Muskegon. If we were to drop below our targeted threshold for tonnage, the dredging of the channel would fall to the city of Muskegon because the entire channel is in the city of Muskegon. The Muskegon State Park on the north side of the channel is in the city of Muskegon up to where the bathhouse used to be. So that is all within the city. It would be our responsibility unless the county was gracious enough to help us with that. It allows for operational consolidation of West Michigan port operations, which Verplank and Mart Dock have several operations together. This would consolidate some of that to the east side of the lake. An existing hardened seawall at Fisherman's Landing can be used. One of the questions that I've gotten is, why can't Mart Dock, West Michigan Dock, just purchase the 57 acres from Verplank and make that into a port operations area? One of the big reasons is it would require the hardening of that area along the south branch of the river and the face of Muskegon Lake, which just wouldn't be practical, and the dredging there would have negative impacts on the estuary, wildlife, wetlands, and things of that nature. Fisherman's Landing already has a seawall. Fisherman's Landing was designed to be a port, as was evidenced by the salt dock ship offloading there. And there would also be a possibility for revenue sharing from port operations if the grants are received and move forward. This is a project that will have generational impacts on the community. This is not something that is going to be done in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Over the next 25 years, we'll see that develop. And where's that 25-year timeline coming from? We've had a lot of those type of projects, and we know in the city of Muskegon it takes time to move things forward. This is Western Avenue in the early 2000s. When I got out of college and I came back to work in the Hume building, which is right behind Daniels here, this is what Western Avenue looked like. It didn't exist. It was the sandbox. This was the state of downtown, and people asked, how are we going to move forward? This is the Russell Block and the Century Club today. This is because previous commissions and community partners like the Community Foundation and the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Muskegon Development Corporation took the time to do an investment and put the street grid back in downtown. So this was in 2008-ish, and you can see just how downtown has changed from this point in time. High Point Flats has been redeveloped into apartments. You have businesses in 333 West Western, which is that lone building there just above High Point Flats, and then the redevelopment of those other buildings through there as well. You have housing throughout the downtown that you did not have there before. This is the downtown that we have today because we took the time to do the investments that we needed to do. It wasn't necessarily the easy thing to do, it wasn't necessarily the popular thing to do, but the development that we've seen over the past 25 years is because we took the time to plan and move forward with these redevelopments. These are all pictures of things that were within the sandbox that didn't exist in the early 2000s and that exists today. That's not the only site. Heritage Landing was a site that was not usable for many years and was not accessible. And this is, those towers that are there are the Holcomb towers that are still there today. This is Heritage Landing today because the county and community partners had the vision to redevelop this site into an area that is publicly accessible and used actively by the public to get down to the water. We have that same opportunity today. Here's another site of Heritage Landing. So looking at the 3rd Street property and the Mart Dock property as it sits today, we have in the core of our downtown, we have an opportunity, and this is just an artist rendering, this isn't exactly what it's going to look like, but we have an opportunity to take something that we've talked about for 40 years and actively looked at how we make this happen for the past 30 years and look at making this happen today, and it will take time to make it occur over time. What's different this time is we're also looking at how we can develop and restore this property that Verplank owns on the south branch of the river and on Muskegon Lake to change this into something that can be used by the public in a way that's responsible, that maintains wetland restoration or that enhances wetland restoration and takes into account estuary restoration that's needed and is part of the plan that the restoration of Muskegon Lake has had since the beginning. All these documents that I discussed are up on the Connect Muskegon page, or you can go to mkgcity.com/ports and parks. You can scan this QR code here, or if you go to the city's website in the upper right-hand corner, it says Connect Muskegon, click on that. The top project that you will see is connecting community to water, ports, and parks. You can click there and get all the documents, including past presentations and other supporting documents that we've looked at. So we're now into commission discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Appreciate that presentation, and you and your team, our team's considerable work in negotiating this and back and forth with the counterparties to this agreement and bringing something forward. This is just this past week is the first time that the commission received anything in writing to review and give consideration to, and we'll be engaging in discussion tonight and answering or getting our questions addressed and sharing our thoughts. Any concerns we have or excitement that we have. As many of you know, I am been a firm advocate and supporter of the overall concepts that have been proposed, such as pursuing economic development that benefits our local community and the regional economy, because it's not just about Muskegon, it's regional, Muskegon County and West Michigan, but also that's going to create environmental restoration and conservation, expanding access to our waterfront and natural resources, while expanding recreational value and amenities, improving environmental restoration and preservation, and advancing economic development in our community, and unlocking new opportunities in the heart of our downtown as well as in the east side of Muskegon Lake. Now, that said, I've always said along the way that details matter, and that I've said for many months that I couldn't tell you how I'm going to vote definitively, on anything that's brought forward to the commission, because we hadn't seen anything until just this past week, and details matter. And I do have some questions of my own and concerns that I'd like to get addressed. But before I weigh in on my thoughts and questions, I'm going to open up to the City Commission and ask for our commissioners' questions and thoughts to share with us. One thing I want everyone to keep in mind, both on the commission and in our community, is that we're all in this together. We may have different opinions, different approaches, different values, and we may weigh pros and cons differently in terms of what we want to achieve. But this is our shared community, And yes, I'm going to give emphasis on our City of Muskegon residents throughout this process, only because it's the City of Muskegon residents who own Fisherman's Landing. It's our city residents who own all of the assets of the City of Muskegon, and we very much welcome non-residents. We welcome their input, we welcome their investments, we welcome them visiting our community and patronizing our local businesses and enjoying our recreational amenities that we have here. But as elected officials, our primary responsibility is to our residents of the City of Muskegon and what's going to serve and benefit, provide maximum benefit to the residents of Muskegon. But it is our shared community at the same time, and so we do value and appreciate input and concerns from non-residents as well as our residents. And so I want us, as we move forward with digesting this and asking questions and sharing our concerns, that we have a shared interest in moving Muskegon forward and doing the best by our city and for our citizens and for greater Muskegon. And so we're approaching this all with good intentions, though we may have different judgments on how to proceed. So I'm going to open up the City Commission now for questions and comments. Starting off on I did see Commissioner Keener with her hand up first over there, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner Keener.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager and staff, for very hard work put into this. Greatly appreciate the effort that's put into it and helping us to understand what's going on, because I personally didn't have a clue what was going on. I'm a huge proponent of Fisherman's Landing. I've lived here all my life, and I can't always afford to go, and I intentionally bought a camper to be able to stay in, to basically just have a vacation, a staycation. I love living here in my city. I love visiting my market here. I love meeting other residents that live in the City of Muskegon right at Fisherman's Landing as well. And it's a little disheartening because since I've lived all my life here, I've never seen any advertisement from the City of Muskegon about Fisherman's Landing to get people to go down there and enjoy such a luxurious campground. And I have been to many, many campgrounds over the past 5-6 years now. And we have a prime real estate right there. Additionally, it's one of our properties that it owes us nothing back. It continually takes care of itself. So I love the self-sufficiency that Fisherman Landing gives to us. So moving forward, I'm kind of I want to see us grow. So I've seen Detroit develop as well, especially when they added the Riverwalk. But I also want to think about the citizens that I've gotten numerous emails. Now, and we're talking about just City of Muskegon here, that love that campground. I'm thinking about also when dealing with some of our homeless population, where there is no housing at, people could go to DHHS and they would give them a tent. And so we have families that could live on the campground, at least have somewhere for the summer to get on their feet for a moment. So it's just those little things that make a city as we talk about being a city. But moving forward, I wanted to know, where would the financing come from for the Verplank purchase, if it's going to be a dual kind of thing?
Yep. Great
That's
question.
just my first question.
Yeah, great question. So we would take the revenue from the sale of Fisherman's Landing, or the long-term lease of Fisherman's Landing, and apply that towards the cost that it would take to acquire the 25 acres of the Verplank property. There would be a gap in that we would have to fill, and that would either be done through reserve funds or through looking at perhaps a land acquisition grant through the DNR or something along those lines to make that happen. But there would be a gap that the city would have to fill.
Okay. And with grants getting tighter and tighter with the current administration that we have right now, who's to say that will or will not happen? Will that cost fall on the citizens of Muskegon?
It would fall on the city to fill that gap.
Okay. next question, and I won't, I can come back because I have tons of things I wanted to talk about, but and to allow opportunity for my fellow commissioners to be able to speak. You mentioned 300 sustainable jobs. What do these jobs look like? And again, I come from just a personal place of having ran a business downtown, and winters get hard downtown. Winters get hard downtown for most businesses downtown. So I'm wondering, and lots of these places have to lay people off during the winter time. So I'm wondering what these 300 sustainable jobs are going to be and look like.
So these would be jobs, both locally and then spin-off jobs associated with redevelopment within the downtown. So it would be a wide variety of jobs, from service jobs to more office jobs, and jobs that support those type of employment as well. So it's not going to be all restaurant jobs. It's not going to be all retail jobs. It'll be a variety of different jobs. And those numbers were run by Grand Valley through Dr. Paul Isley, in partnership with GMED, the Greater Muskegon Economic Development Corporation, to determine what that would be. So it's a mixture of different jobs, not just one type.
Okay. So I'll yield right now because I have, like I said, I have many more questions, but I'd love to give my fellow commissioners the opportunity to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner Keener. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager, staff, our residents here, and our non-residents here. For all of those who have sent emails in, I've received all of them. We have all gotten a numerous amount of emails, and I promise you that I have read them all. Even if I haven't responded to your email, I hear you. Just some notes I wrote to myself, and then I have some questions, Mr. Manager. I said, good thing I have some time to think about this, as we are not voting on this tonight. But I am looking forward to hearing all of you all who have submitted public comment to hear from you all. We have a beautiful campground at Fisherman's Landing, but sometimes it's not like it's for everyone. About 90% of the emails I receive were from visitors to Muskegon who came here to camp, but I also personally know local residents who regularly use our campground. I would really love to see an option for the city to find an alternate campground if a project like this was to move forward. But I know there are very few locations that would have the feel of Fisherman's Landing. I don't know about anyone else, but if you've seen a sunset at Fisherman's Landing, I mean, you can't really match that. So, anyone who has lived here for some time can see how Muskegon is growing. One of my goals is to better connect downtown to the lakefront safely. One of my commitments is also to help improve residents' quality of life. So some of the big decisions that we have as a commission is to think about the future of Muskegon as well as the present. Mr. Manager, a couple of my questions are, what happens, I like to play devil's advocate, what happens if we cannot acquire the Verplank property?
If we cannot acquire the conversion property, two things would occur. One, the city commission in its capacity could determine if there's any other viable option for conversion that they would like to pursue. Until that conversion property is, and the second part of that is, until that conversion property is acquired, per the agreement, the campground operations would need to continue under the management of Mark Dock. So the campground would continue to operate until we get that conversion property. And the reason being is that there have been state grants that have been received over time to support Fisherman's Landing. And when you have state dollars that are at play on a property and you divest yourself of that property, you have to convert that investment into other property, which is why we had that discussion with the DNR prior to really moving forward with more of these discussions. So that conversion needs to occur before that campground can go away. Then the city enters something called a conversion, which we are currently in for aspects of the trail and other property that's been converted over time where we're still meeting some of those requirements, and that impacts your score when you go for other DNR grants. There's a deduction on your score, 50 points, when you go forward for a conversion. So,
Thank you. And then I really spent some time this weekend reading through, like you mentioned earlier, a lot of our legal stuff. I write contracts every day and really breaking it down. And then tonight you described it as year Y. I really have a problem with year Y.
okay.
So year Y, in your explanation, was we do the conversion, we take the 3rd Street L that you showed on your slide, and they would take the campground and a portion of the parking lot at Fisherman's Landing and start to do their thing. And then port operations would end at the current Mart Dock once they finished a conversion of Fisherman's Landing and were up and running over here. That time frame between when they acquire it and they're ready to cut the ribbon over here is year Y. Is that correct?
That is, so it's an unknown period of time because we don't know how long the grant process will actually take. I'm going to flip to that slide here just a second. But for clarification, if the agreement was to be approved, the L-shaped property or the backward 7 property at 3rd Street Wharf would occur in 2026. Because if the agreement was approved in November of 25, we would sign the agreement, and that's what would trigger us purchasing the 3rd Street property, and then Fisherman's Landing lease of the campground would be taken over by Mart Dock. So they would be running the property at that point in time, and we would have the other property. Year Y is the redevelopment is after the grant is received, and then the redevelopment of the Fisherman's Landing campground would commence. So the city would already have the 3rd Street property at that point in time while we're going through the PIDP grant process. And then whenever the PIDP grant is awarded, and generally, and this changes a little bit, but generally that grant award comes out earlier in the year, generally March, between March and May. And then you find out about the award in the early to mid fall, so then your construction season is really the following spring. So year Y would be, it could be in 2027, it could be in 2028, it could be, further down the road. It's the reason it's a Y is because we don't know precisely when that would occur based on the grant cycle.
So because we don't have all the language finalized yet, and I'm not trying to negotiate, but just thinking about it, if we know it, if we say yes to this, that Mart Dock is going to get rid of the campground at Fisherman's Landing. So maybe they would have it open for a year, maybe they would have it open for 2 seasons, but ultimately they're going to get rid of the campground. Once the Verplank property is acquired, they would start developing what is now the campground. In my head, my question is, if we said yes to this in 2026, we start doing things, season 2026 summer, the campground's open. 2027, they get approval for the grant. What's to stop them from not starting construction there for several years? Because there's we have no time frame, no reverter for them to start port operations there so that they can stop because one of the things to the public or the residents or some people that I've talked to is the possibility of public access at Mart Dock Actual, which is separate from the 3rd Street L. But once they develop, what currently they're doing, the aggregate and the different operations that they do there. But part of it is the public would want to see that developed and have public access and have, things to get going there. But we have no time frame for them to acquire Fisherman's Landing and then start moving their stuff over to Fisherman's Landing.
So I think, in theory, yes, there is no specific timeline on when they would start moving port operation, but that is because it's dependent on that grant cycle. The hook there is that they can't stop the campground operations until we get that conversion property. That's the part that we're primarily concerned with when it comes to satisfying our grant requirements. From a practicality standpoint, it wouldn't necessarily make sense for MartDoc to cease the campground operations if they weren't actively changing it over to a port, because otherwise then they're just sitting with a piece of property that isn't doing anything when right now it is generating revenue. So whether or not it would make more sense to continue that operational, from a business perspective, to continue that operational environment where it is generating revenue. And then once the grant is secured, then they will start the construction timeline. And most likely that will be several years, 2 years, maybe a little bit more. But once they start operating over at the Fisherman's Landing site, that is when the trigger kicks in for that 5-year wind down at the MartDoc property, and then the implementation of the self-imposed deed restrictions on the property that aren't just applied to MartDoc, they're applied to MartDoc and all future owners, renters, leasers. Anybody who uses that property cannot use it for port operations. So that wind down once operations start, and then that self-imposed deed restriction going into place, which is a stronger deed restriction than if it was to be something the city were to do, forces the hand of the redevelopment at MartDoc itself. So even though we would be going through the rezone of MartDoc prior to this occurring, where that would be a port industrial PUD, those deed restrictions would still apply in that situation, and then they would come back to put in a mixed-use development PUD, where they could still have some boat storage and things of that nature. They could still do the cruise ships and the Aquastar and things like that, but the site itself would get redeveloped. And you bring up an important point, that the numbers that I was talking about with the expansion of lake access that we're seeing only relate to the Verplank property and to the 3rd Street Pier. It does not relate, or the 3rd Street Wharf, excuse me. It does not relate to MartDoc proper itself, which over time would get redeveloped as over time downtown has been redeveloped, and you would see even more public access through that site. I put up a rendering from the Smith Group, not exactly what it's going to look like, but an idea of what could occur there. So there are triggers in place that bind the hands of MartDoc on what they can do on their current property in a way that we haven't had on the table before. And that's one of the reasons that I've brought this to you all now, is the concessions that our partners have made in this instance, where they're saying we will stop operations within this time frame. We will put these deed restrictions into place, which will trigger the redevelopment on the MartDoc site. It's a big concession on their part on what's going to happen within that area. Is it an absolute guarantee at the end of the day? No. There has to be some faith and some trust between the partners as we develop going forward. And keeping in mind the fact that the city was the one that rezoned this property in 1987 to trigger this redevelopment. And because of that, there has to be some, give and take on both sides there. And I think that the concessions that MartDoc has, or that West Michigan Doc has put in place on MartDoc, is a big olive branch in that direction.
Thank you. And one last question, and then I will yield. This grant application that you're speaking of, was there any discussion of any sort of reverter for Fisherman's Landing back to the city if they can't get the grant and get the money to do what they want to do to the property?
So we went through about a dozen versions, so forgive me if I can't remember all the details. But the way this development agreement is written, if the grant is not secured, West Michigan Dock would have the opportunity to self-fund the redevelopment if they so chose to do so. The grant opportunity that's discussed in here is specifically discussed because the city will be an active partner in that PIDP grant process.
Because it technically is not being purchased, it's being leased up front.
Yep.
And that way it's still owned by a municipality, so they'll have a better chance to get the grant because it's owned by us and not them.
Right.
And then they have 5 years after they begin development at what is currently now Fisherman's Landing to stop port operations. So all I'm thinking about is I know that it's going to take some time, but I don't want to see 15 or 20 years and both properties look the same.
And all great points. One clarification is the 5-year time window starts when port operations commence at Fisherman's Landing, not when construction commences.
Even longer.
So, but the point is that they can't operate two ports at the same time. When the port operation commences at Fisherman's Landing, and from a business perspective, they're going to want to have that date happen sooner rather than later. It doesn't make sense for them to sit on a property that is zoned for port operations and not have it being a port operation. They're going to make more money. They're going to have things move forward more quickly if it's actually a port. So it's not in their interest to slow walk that process at all. One of the reasons we haven't seen the development on the site in the downtown location at Mart Dock proper is because of the zoning changes that occurred. Because I know that's been a question that I've gotten is why Mart Dock or West Michigan Dock hasn't done anything with Mart Dock for the past number of years. Why do we think that they're going to do it in this instance? Well, the reason being is because of the zoning change and the grandfathered use and the expanded nonconformity that they fall under through the zoning laws of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. I'm going to go to Commissioner German and then Commissioner Cook. Commissioner German.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Manager Cyphers and your team for the presentation and the work that you're doing. And I want to thank the citizens and visitors for coming out. I commend you for your work and your interest in keeping Fisherman Landing. This is something dear to me. I've heard from a lot of you, and I've read just about every email possible, and also from the citizens. This is in the back door of my ward, and I'm not a fisherman, but I tell you that I know a lot of people that do fish. I know a lot of people that hunt, and I know a lot of people that go fishing. And the fact that we have this beautiful campground that a lot of people use, and my concerns is swapping this piece of property for the downtown 3rd Street Warmth. I could see if there was a contingency plan to put something in place like a campground there. That's the part that gets me right there. So, I understand. I done talked to citizens. I done talked to the Mart Dock owners. Had conversations. So I get it. Business, and as a commissioner, sitting on this commission for 14 years, I've heard some things. I've seen some things, and when it comes to we're going to do this or we guarantee this, I'm very, very skeptical sometimes when it comes to trust. When people say they're going to do it, I need things in writing. I need to see more. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to just be straightforward. I've never been in favor of this swap. I don't like unknowns or the possibilities of what if. And Commissioner Kilgo and Commissioner Keener asked some good questions because I had some of the same concerns. What if this appropriation funding or enhancement funds don't go through, or you're not able to negotiate to get the Verplank property? I think it's a little early in the game, even though we've had this conversation before I've gotten here, 30, 40 years ago. But I like to take a pragmatic approach about things and make sure that we have our T's crossed, our I's dotted before we just go out and make a decision like this. I think there needs to be more discussion, a pause needs to be put on this, and not something to even be voted on in November, you ask me. I mean, because there's a lot of unknowns, and I'm hearing that as we have these conversations. So I just want to say, I just think that at this juncture, it's a little early to just determine and move forward to say, hey, this will work, because I have some skepticism and I'm hearing some uncertainties. So that's pretty much it for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. And I have a lot of questions, just like,
Oh, no, I get it when I come back.
I
You
can
want to
yield.
yield for
I
a
can
quick
yield,
follow-up?
Yeah,
Commissioner
I'm sorry. I apologize. My question, City Manager. Also, speaking with some of the people at Fisherman Landing, the question was, and I've asked you about this too, and maybe legal counsel can touch in on this. Has there been any conversation about the $2.8 million enhancement grant going to use that for Fisherman Landing? Is that a possibility that those dollars could be allocated to enhance that portion of property?
So the appropriation from the state of Michigan stated that the $2.8 million was for a community wharf project in the city of Muskegon. That was what the enabling legislation stated. It's been the position of the city staff that gives us some flexibility on where those dollars can be spent. However, the discussion that was occurring when those dollars were appropriated was focusing on the 3rd Street area, specifically to facilitate that development within the downtown area of the city. So I think when you're looking at how those dollars could be used, it needs to be used for a wharf project. And could that be used to enhance the campground? I don't see how that would be. Having a paid-for private campground, using the $2.8 million to enhance that would be meeting the spirit of the legislation at that point in time.
Well, has there been any discussion with the legislation to see if this could happen?
We have had discussion with the legislators who helped us get those dollars. And the response that we've gotten is, the enabling legislation is worded the way that it is worded, which is a wharf project in the city of Muskegon. But what we're looking at in this agreement is how to spend those dollars at the 3rd Street wharf, which is what the original intent, when you look back to how the discussion started, that was the use of these dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. I'm going to piggyback off of that for a second. Mr. Manager, Commissioner German brought up a good point. Could we potentially use the $2.8 million to move the campground to the wharf?
To the 3rd Street wharf? Mm-hmm. I think as long as dollars are being spent on the 3rd Street wharf, we can do with them what we will. What this agreement contemplates is breaking those dollars up into some very specific areas, which are the acquisition of the property, the improvement of the property, and preservation of historic vessels in that area. That's all predicated on approximately 2.5 acres of property being acquired and the balance of that being used for other purposes. I should note, through the discussions, that 2.5 acre number is something that staff came to a conclusion on based on the number of things that we would want to be able to do with that 2.8, and the more property that you start to acquire, the less flexibility you have with that money. And the way that the agreement is written with 50% or $1 million of the 2.8, whichever is more. The reason that's written that way is in case the state was to amend what that grant is. We're already, slicing that pie up a little bit more than what we maybe would have in the past. But I think it's a good compromise. It was something that we gave a little bit of ground on to get concessions on the deed restrictions and the wind down of operations, which we didn't have before. But it also helps to preserve historic vessels, which is something that we've heard from the community that they're passionate about and would enhance the wharf. So I don't think that there's necessarily an opposition to a different location for the campground, and if it was to be on that site, could we use it? Possibly. I don't know that there's enough money there to make that work.
Okay. You and I have had several conversations about this at this point in time.
We
So
have.
some of this will be review.
Okay.
But I think that it's important for transparency's sake to make sure that the folks at home, the folks in the audience, all kind of hear the answers to these questions. So we discussed talking about the acquisition of Fisherman's Landing by West Michigan Mart Dock to purchase the land or to lease the land at Fisherman's Landing before 2028. Is that a possibility?
Oh, of them purchasing it before 28?
Correct.
No. So the way that the agreement is written, it's a two-prong test. So they would first do the long-term lease as discussed for 50 years with the 40-year extension option. At 2028, let me get to that page in my notes here. So, beginning on January 1, 2028 and continuing to the expiration of the campground term, West Michigan Dock may execute the option to purchase and acquire fee simple through a quick claim deed to Fisherman's Landing campground property from the city, provided, however, that the West Michigan Dock operation shall exercise, both the payments have to be received, and they can only after the city's acquired the conversion property. So that's a two-prong test, conversion property and 2028.
Right. And so what would happen if one of those did not occur? My understanding of the lease agreement is 50 years for the first lease with the possibility of renewing for another 40 years. Mm-hmm. So potentially for the next 50 years, Mart Dock would have to run Fisherman's Landing as a campground, and they could not utilize it for boat storage, etc.
If we did not receive conversion property. So there's a two-prong test there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And do you know approximately how long Fisherman's Landing has been run by fishermen who assist with the tournaments?
Let's see, Kevin and Kay have run it for about a little more than 10 years. Trying to remember, it goes back into the 70s, I believe. Mm-hmm. So, and it started kind of as an unofficial thing, and then it became more structured over time with an agreement between the city and some other parties, including anglers associations, to make it into a more formalized campground. There was a point in time really in the late 90s when we started having these port development discussions in more earnest fashion, that the campground was losing money and things of that nature. But it has been around for a while.
Okay. And speaking of the campground and their monetary value, what's the gross from Fisherman's Landing at this time?
So for 2024, they had net income of just under 390,000, and expenses of about 300,000. So they had a net income in 24 of 90,000. The previous year in 23 was about 400,000, with operating expenses at 367 for about $47,000 in net income. In 22, they had operating income of 327,000 with expenses of 392. So they had a loss that year of $65,000. A lot of that would have to do with campground repair and improvements that they were doing on the site. 21, just over $300,000 in revenue and expenses, less than $10,000 net income that year. 2020, which everybody knows was a crazy year, $228,000 in income with $278,000 in expenses for a loss of $50,000. So that's the past 5 years of revenues.
Thank you. Do we have any other parks that net positive?
Well, other than beach parking and our launch ramps, those are the only paid park facilities that we have. So, and the launch ramps and beach, and then the paid parking are a variety of different parks there. So when you're looking at the operating expenses at Pierre Marquette versus the revenue, there is a good amount of offset there for the expenses, particularly of the annual spring, fall maintenance.
The net profit, where does that money go? Does that go into the campground workers? Does it go into the general fund?
It stays with the campground, and generally it's used for repairs and improvements at the campground. So if you were to go into the campground now and walk around and see some of the work that Kevin and Kay have done, it's pretty obvious on some of the upgrades they've done with the fire pits, getting the bathhouse within the campground updated, washing machines, dryers, things like that. Trees, they have trees at the different campsites for the pull through sites and things like that to make it a little more homey. Those are the type of things that they do with those revenues.
Okay, thank you. Some of these have been answered, so I'm trying to go through the ones that have already been answered. So have we reached out to the fishing tournaments to see if this proposal would be a hindrance on bringing fishing and tourism to the city of Muskegon?
So
Since we are the number 3 bass fishing tournament in the state.
the fishing tournaments would be able to remain. The launch ramp would still be there. It would impact the camping aspect of it. But the fishing tournaments would still be able to remain here in Muskegon, and there are a variety of different launch ramps as well that can be used.
But have we reached out to any of the tournaments?
No.
No, okay, thank you. What benefits, oh, no, that's for Max, never mind. You were talking about construction and the grant process. From my understanding, the very best case scenario, assuming everything is going smoothly, we're looking at maybe 2027 spring for potential construction beginning on the Fisherman's Landing property. But we would still have them under contract to run the campground until 2028?
No. They can't exercise the purchase option until 2028. The campground lease states that once the city receives the conversion property, they can cease operation at the campground with 30 days notice. One of the things that will be determined within the campground lease is how that notification would occur. And I suspect that we would also have a discussion about, does it make sense to do it in the middle of the season? Probably not. But that is still a topic that we would be discussing within the campground lease. As I noted before, we do have a campground lease with the current operator, and that is a lease that's been in existence since before the current operator, and it talks about the cessation and how that stops with notice at the end of the season. So
Yeah, I think that I would prefer and be more comfortable if we were to go forward with this to see language in there where they cannot cease it in the middle of the season because I think that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It isn't fair to our residents or to our visitors and kind of makes Muskegon not look very friendly. Some of the concerns, I'm just going to go over some of those that I had gotten from some constituents about noise levels on Muskegon Lake and property values going down. Can you speak to that? Do you think that we'll see property values going down in this area?
no, port operations, modern port operations are things that exist very cohesively around the world. And you go to any modern city that is on the water, whether that is in Europe, whether that is in Australia, New Zealand, Asia, on the west coast of the U.S., on the east coast of the U.S., you see these throughout the Great Lakes. You see these operations exist cohesively. As a matter of fact, West Michigan Dock and Chuck and Max and Scott could speak to this better than I, but they have an operation in Ohio along Lake Erie in Cleveland, where there are very high-end condos that are literally right next to aggregate piles that they unload, and they have a lot of restrictions that they're under to make sure that the unloading of the aggregate in that area does not disturb the neighbors there, and those property values are maintained. And if you look at communities, other communities in Lower Ontario, along Lake Ontario and into Lake Erie, there's a lot of operations that integrate quite well with recreation. If you look at San Diego, and I know we're not San Diego, but if you look at San Diego, they have a very high-end park with an amphitheater directly next to a baseball stadium, which is directly next to the Port of San Diego, and a ferry operation that goes between Coronado and San Diego. So there are examples. I had the opportunity to travel overseas earlier this year in Sweden. I spent a fair amount of time in a community called Gothenburg, and they have port operations that integrate with community up and down their river that goes into the North Sea there. It does not have a negative impact on property values. Regarding your question about noise on the lake, we already have a fair amount of freighter traffic in and out of Muskegon Lake, and venture to guess that most people don't even notice it. A lot of times it happens in the evening or at night when folks aren't necessarily out on the water. Sometimes it does happen during the day, which is cool. People like seeing that. But I've actually had questions from people about the Holcomb operation next to Heritage Landing. Like, why is that still there? Nothing ever happens there. That is an active port. They unload product there into those silos, and then their trucks come in generally before 7 o'clock in the morning, load those trucks, take them out on Shoreline Drive, and they go to various locations throughout West Michigan to support cement concrete operations. So we have port. We have ships that come into various verplank sites throughout Muskegon Lake that offload aggregate. We had the salt ship that was in here in July next to Fisherman's Landing. I went out there to watch it unload, to hear the sound and to understand how the impact is there. And as a lifelong boater and someone who grew up in Muskegon, I've been in and around small craft, not the Lakers, at least on them, and they're a part of the community, and I wouldn't see that having a detrimental or negative impact to the community. They're already here. This is about moving where the operations occur.
Do you think the developer can speak to the timing that they're going to be unloading the containers?
I don't know that they could necessarily get into that operational detail at this point in time, but I would defer to the mayor to see if you want to go to developer questions now or if you want to wait.
We'll hold off on asking or welcoming the developers to speak until the commissioners had an opportunity to ask questions of the manager.
I do have more, but I'll let somebody else go.
You have questions for the manager or questions for the
For
developer?
the manager.
Okay. You want to just ask them now?
Do you want me to?
I mean, we can,
We're on a roll.
Unless,
All right. So, there's been concerns that Fisherman's Landing serves a purpose for people who are staying here for extended periods of time, but not the entire year. As Commissioner Keener noted, it's a place where the homeless can get vouchers and stay. There are people who have emailed me, traveling nurses and others who have said that they take their camper and they go to Fisherman's Landing, for the summer or for a couple months at a time, and shop and do other things around the city, including using our bike trails and things like that. Do we think that this change is going to impact us in that aspect as far as tourism goes?
Actually, I think in the long run, it'll enhance tourism because you'll have a situation where we will have a permanent cruise ship dock that can come in and we'll actually be able to accommodate multiple cruise ships and larger cruise ships throughout the summer season. We will have the opportunity to redevelop how our historic vessels are positioned, most likely pairing them together with a new museum center that would be a tourist attraction. The LST and the USS Silversides are two of the largest attractions in the county when you look at what brings people in and what keeps people here for multiple overnight stays. So I think if we're able to partner those operations together, I think you'll see a bump in tourism there as well. I think you will also see additional ability for people to enjoy the waterfront no matter if they're camping or not. And whether they're staying in a hotel or if they're coming through and shopping or things of that nature, I think that you'll continue to see tourism expand here within the city of Muskegon. The campground is unique, and the campground does bring people in. The campground has 109 sites. There's a finite number of nights and a finite number of sites that can be used at once. I think if we start looking, which is fine, that's what a campground is. But if we start looking at what the big picture is for the city of Muskegon, our residents and visitors over time, the improvements that we would see at Mart Dock proper, and the ability for people to access the water on the Mart Dock site, on the 3rd Street Wharf site, and also on the east side at the river estuary becomes a tourist attraction in and of itself. There are folks that travel around to see how those remediation projects are done, to see how the restoration was done, and to enjoy those amenities as well. So I don't think that there would be a negative impact on tourism.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Oh, and also, quite frankly, I forgot to mention, there's people who tour around to look at ships loading and unloading. And this is honest to God's truth. The most recent vessel to be built on the Great Lakes, which was either in Duluth or somewhere in Wisconsin, I can't remember where, but one of its first stops was at Verplank's Dock 2 years ago. And I can't remember the name of the vessel, I apologize. Mark Bark? Oh yeah, Mark Barker. I had a group of moms whose kids helped build that ship, and they called to ask where they could go watch it unload. And so there are people who go around and watch these ships unload, and there are people who track them. There are websites, there are Facebook groups. We have some folks here in Muskegon who track these ships coming in and out. There's kids who grew up here in the city of Muskegon who decided to make Great Lake shipping their career because they saw these ships coming in and out and were really interested in about how that worked. So there are tourism aspects of that as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And you had kind of touched on this a little bit about, tourism, and earlier on about the fishing. I think one of the big things that is unique about the Fisherman's Landing campground is the ability to camp there and fish, and I think a lot of folks who are middle or lower income can't afford to stay at the nice hotels downtown. The price right now for a site is $38 a night, and that's very reasonable. I tried to camp up north, and it was $45 a night for tent camping, and I was very like, ooh, that's a lot. So I think that we would be losing out on that middle group of folks and the lower income folks. And we have a lot of them living here in the city of Muskegon. So I do have concerns about that. The other concern that was noted is an environmental concern. I know you mentioned that you had spoken to the environmental groups in the DNR. Did they speak to the possibility of ships bringing in invasive species?
So most of the ships that operate on the Great Lakes are within a closed loop system. They don't go out into the ocean. So the ships that you have here are really going between ports within the Great Lakes. And so the invasive species contamination standpoint of things isn't as big of a concern as when you have salties in. And those are ships that are coming in from overseas. The state regulates ballast water, how it's discharged, when it's discharged, what the cleaning protocols are for things related to that, and that is the purview of the state. But shipping it's already occurring here in Muskegon. We're already having ships in and out. They're offloading they're offloading cargo here, and generally, and I'm gonna look to my right. You pick up ballast here as opposed to drop ballast, because as you're unloading product, you're taking on the ballast so that for the ship. So that isn't quite as much of a concern here, but we already have vessels coming in and out. So this isn't a new operation that's occurring here in the community, and the type of operation from the containerized side. And this is something that West Michigan Dock can talk more knowledgeably than I, is kind of how they envision the system working. But the most recent iteration that I saw, which Chuck gave a really good presentation at Rotary several months ago, would really be looking at how we connect the Port of Muskegon through containerized operations to other ports on the other side of the Great Lakes to move product out and in that way, not necessarily looking at how we bring salties in or send our ships out to Europe and Asia.
There were notes about concerns of the lack of maintenance at our other launches. And where would the city get the funds and the staff to maintain this launch, the fish cleaning station, and the booth that hands out the tickets for the launch ramp itself?
Well, the launch ramp itself, there is a pay kiosk there, like there is at our other stations, so that would continue to be maintained, and then maintenance of that area would fall to our DPW team.
So that would be coming from the general fund then?
Yes.
You had mentioned that the kayak launch and rentals would stay on site,
Yes.
and we've talked with the individual who runs the kayak rentals.
She and I have not had a conversation recently about this, but there's nothing in the development agreement that would dictate that operation needing to move. Now, if I know there's been conversations, not with me, but with other city staff or elected officials that indicated if there wasn't comfort in having the kayak operations there, we could find another launch ramp to have that occur.
Yeah, because I know that they've gone other places and then
Yep.
they've landed here at Fisherman's Landing. And it's generally children who are renting these kayaks, and I would like to see that continue because it's a great program
It is.
for children.
An important note is, as it was noted with the photo that I had up from July, there already are ships in that area of that berth at Fisherman's Landing. So it's not a change in use, it's not a new use that would be occurring there. And those operations currently coexist with ships coming in and out. Frequency would change, but it's not a new environment.
Yeah. And the answer to the general. The Could we have a situation where the rezoning at Mart Dock occurs, but the agreement does not go through?
Yes.
what happens?
then Mart Dock gets rezoned. It's the rezoning process is anticipated to happen in tandem. The way that I would envision that meeting happening is that vote would occur before the agreement vote occurs because they're tied together. So if that occurred, and then for some reason the city decided, you as the commission decided not to approve the agreement but approve the rezone, then the rezone would go through and the agreement wouldn't. Now, as with any rezoning, the city commission can put, the planning commission and the city commission can put conditions upon that. But that would be a decision that the commission is making on how that rezoning occurs.
And
Excuse
so,
me.
is there a possibility where the rezoning and the agreement go through?
Yeah,
And then, so the vision.
that would be the goal.
The vision
Yeah.
where the Smith Group shared, I did not see a whole lot of commercial, industrial port operations happening there. I know it was 65%.
Yeah, so good question. Let me clarify that a little bit. Thanks for bringing that up. The rezoning of Mart Dock in this instance, I think the best way to describe it or consider it is an insurance policy. So if the development agreement goes through and the rezone goes through, and then for whatever reason, PIDP grant doesn't come through, Mart Dock doesn't want to do the development on their own, and they want to be able to do the development on their current site, they would have they would have the ability to do so. The rendering that I showed of the Smith Group, which was done prior to this agreement coming into place, was done with the expectation that there would be a variety of mixed uses occurring on the Mart Dock site. That's still the intent. And with the self-imposed deed restrictions that would go into place, even if the rezone occurs, because of the self-imposed deed restrictions, they wouldn't be able to do most of those operations there. And they would come back with another development plan for that site in the future on what this would look like. So it's really more of an insurance policy. I don't think that Mart Dock wants to do that 65% redevelopment on that site. Because if they did, and then they went forward with the Fisherman's Landing, all that would be for naught because the deed restrictions would go into place. So it's an insurance policy.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me clarify that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. The new park that you had shown up there on the map, where, like, this is something that was brought up at one of the sessions at Fisherman's Landing. People were asking, how are people going to be able to get to that space? And where can they park?
So the access point would be the same as Fisherman's Landing now, and we would anticipate that there would be a drive kind of adjacent to the bike trail that would go up there, and there would be a small parking area up there, primarily for, my guess would be more handicap parking spots in that area for people who might be mobility challenged.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manager,
Sure.
would you mind going back
sure.
to that slide
Yeah.
so people can see what you're talking about? Thank you.
I'm going to go back a little bit more because there's a better. And right now, Deborah is saying to herself, Jonathan, you can hit F29 and it'll pop up. Sorry, Deborah. We went over everything that you can do to quickly get to a page. So this is the site we're talking about, and as you can, this is just a concept, but as you can see, there's a dotted line that goes from the Fisherman's Landing campground along the bike trail, and then there's kind of that dotted line loop area into the park. So that would be the primary access, but there would also be access off the bike trail, and we would anticipate access through Richards Park, which is up in the kind of upper right-hand area of this diagram, right by the spider web. On the north side of town. So that would be the way that would access through there. And then it would be trails and raised decking similar to the configuration that exists on the north side of the river in the North Branch in the city of North Muskegon, in that nature preserve area there. So this would be most likely a leisure passive park. This isn't a space where we're necessarily going to have things like basketball courts or pickleball courts or big pavilions and things of that nature. It's going to be a spot where folks can interact with nature in a way that showcases the river estuary and what all of that means for being, at the mouth of a river.
And how many parking spaces are you thinking would be in that area? Rough estimate, like.
I'm sorry, how many parking spaces?
Yeah.
I do not know at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the concerns, is that there would not be enough spaces for people to be able to get to this new park area. But I do want to let everyone know I love the idea of gaining this public land and preserving it in a more natural sense. I think that that's a great addition to the city of Muskegon as a possibility. And depending on how things go, I would like to see this happen either way. And I think it could be done. We've discussed this.
We did. Yep.
If we crowdfunded it, we could get the $5 million and then sell the portion that we don't want as a possibility. But I do think that is a great piece of land. The development at Mart Dock, the concept from the Smith Group, can you speak to that, or should we talk to the developer about what that would look like?
I think, I can answer some preliminary questions on that. One of the things that I would say regarding the development at Mart Dock is it's conceptual right now and exactly what that would end up looking like. And the final idea of what everything, I was looking at the wrong thing. What everything will be there will develop over time. But I would also note that Mart Dock is the one who engaged with the Smith Group to come up with the concept that you see here. It is a concept, but it's the most extensive concept that we've seen of that area since the 90s, or it's the most extensive concept we've seen of the redevelopment of this by the owner ever, and to the best of my knowledge. There's been concepts discussed about what this would look like from people who don't own the property, but this was something that the Mart Dock took it upon itself to say, looking at the city's master plan, looking at what the current conditions with the zoning were and things of that nature, and said this is a concept that we could see going on here. And there's a variety of different uses here, including boat storage, in and out type services, mixed use building, recreational opportunities, view sheds, public spaces, and so. Will it look exactly like this at the end? No. I mean, in this concept, the LST and the Silver Sides, or I think in this one, it's actually the Clipper, are sort of sitting in the middle of the property there. The most recent iteration has it over in the 3rd Street area. So it's not going to look exactly like this at the end of the day, but this is the concept that they're moving toward. And once they're no longer doing port operation, it allows them to facilitate that.
I noticed that the Clipper is not included in this, and
Yes.
I know that for a long time there was discussion about it being included. Can you explain why it's not included?
So the discussions, and I would defer to the Clippers board on what their concepts are for moving forward, but the most recent conversations that I was aware of was that the Clippers very proud to be part of the Lakeside community, and that's where they saw their future being. And the LST and the Silver Sides being World War II vessels, there's a certain synergy that exists there by having those two ships together.
Okay, and we've discussed that with the Silver Sides, because they've got that
Yes.
fancy museum there.
They do, which is on city-owned property. Yes, the Silver Sides board has been actively engaged in this. I've talked with several of their board members in passing, not necessarily about this specifically, but this topic has come up. And it is something that they're amenable to. They see the advantage of being able to do this. There are certain things, from my understanding, that they still need to, iron out on exactly how that would occur. Both the Silversides and the LST are old. I mean, they're 80 plus years old at this point. Those vessels were not intended to last a century. And there's a lot of serious maintenance that needs to occur. One of the things that occurs with this concept, and I don't have the most recent drawing in here, but actually, as is depicted in here, in this instance, it looks like they're floating. You can see blue around them. That would be the case where they're currently considered to be placed over in the 3rd Street area, but they would be sunk in gravel essentially, and then put water around them, so they appear to still be floating, but they would be sitting on the bottom, which helps to support the structure of the ships and preserves it for longer. So one of the challenges is just making sure that the ships are able to be around for a while, and so this would help facilitate that.
The last thing I have to say is just more of like a point. The point that Commissioner Kilgo made earlier about the developer not having a reverter clause in the language, and we've known that this developer has a tendency to sit on properties, sometimes for decades. And so I have concerns that Commissioner Kilgo's concerns are very valid in regards to just sitting on this. Because while you think it might not be in their best interest, they've sat on a lot of other property that's highly valuable for a very long time. And I do have pause, thinking that this could potentially happen again. And if we don't have a reverter clause in there, if the city grant is not secured, or if something doesn't go forward at this point in time, that we're going to end up with 2 boat salvage yards, which I have heard from people who support the project and don't support the project. They do not want to see that happen.
First of all, under none of the zoning are boat salvage yards allowed.
Misspoke. Boats sitting there
Okay.
and not really being used.
Okay. There is a certain level of trust that has to be entered into in any agreement, and it's a negotiation. And there are certain things that I think, quite bluntly, that I'm sure that the property owner would say about the city and the trust in there as well, given the actions that have occurred in the past. And those have been part of the discussion as we've gone through the negotiation, where there's a give and take. Is the deal perfect? No. Is it, in my opinion, an opportunity that we have that we're probably not going to have again? Yes. And that's why I'm bringing it to you all today. And there's going to be things about the agreement that are to our advantage, such as, the wind down of operations and the self-imposed deed restrictions, things of that nature. And then there are things that that are a risk. And that's part of a development. That's part of any development. There's always going to be unknowns. There's always going to be risks. And when you look at other things that have paid off and have taken time, there are risks there. And we sat for a while and didn't see the development of Western Avenue as quickly as we wanted. It's still occurring. We have a meeting next week about one of the lots on Western Avenue. So there's this is an ongoing process that we have, and so. I understand those concerns. I have concerns too, but I think from what I'm seeing in this agreement, how the discussions have gone, and what the vision is moving forward, this is the best opportunity that we have to see the redevelopment of the Mart Dock property, the 3rd Street property for downtown, and expand public access on the east side, which is something that hasn't been on the table before. And so I think, those things together, it's worth a gamble.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that the redevelopment of this property is the best opportunity right now. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that zoning issue. I'm a firm believer in righting what's wrong. And I do think that trying to force this company essentially to move to a place where they didn't necessarily want to move in the 90s by rezoning them. That was probably in the wrong, and we need to correct that. Regardless of what happens with the agreement, I think that needs to be corrected. The other thing that comes to my mind when we're talking about this is we have that agreement. Well, we have the zoning, and the zoning right now does not allow them to do that. If we changed the zoning, they could potentially have the museum, their development with the port operations down there on Mart Dock property. The citizens could keep Fisherman's Landing, and we could possibly crowdfund the money potentially for the Verplank property. Is that accurate?
I mean, that's not the agreement that's before us tonight. The agreement that's before us tonight, and I think that we have to focus the discussion on the agreement that's before us tonight, is moving the port operations to Fisherman's Landing. There's a lot of things that are possible. What staff has spent the past nearly year trying to negotiate out is how that movement occurs over to Fisherman's Landing, given the current situation. So, I mean, we can look at rezoning any number of properties and being able to have willing partners and things of that nature. Is it possible? Sure. From the city's perspective, I don't know about the property owner's perspective, because we've not had that discussion in detail. There are certain things from a development perspective that make more sense to have them on the Verplank property and on Fisherman's Landing than it does on the current Mart site. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin.
Wait,
Vice Mayor- oh, yes.
Legal counsel has something to add.
Apologies.
Please introduce yourself.
Brennan Gorman, Assistant City Attorney. I would add as well, with respect to the purchase of the Verplank property, and it's contemplated in the agreement itself that currently it's the Mart Dock who has an option to purchase that parcel, and that the intent is that they would assign their option to purchase it to the city, and that's how the city would complete the purchase of the Verplank property. It's not, as I understand it, out in the free market that even if the city were to come up with the funds, that we'd be able to unilaterally complete that purchase, that it's a part of the relationship between the Mart Dock and the Verplank group, all in partnership together. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, I apologize, I forgot to mention that part through the discussion, but thank you.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
So that answers my very first question, which was why can't we just buy it outright? But apparently it is not for sale to us. It is only for sale to Mart Dock. Is that
Correct.
fair? Okay.
Yeah, they have the option on it. That is correct.
Thank you. Listening to this, I think it's hard to argue the impact of this kind of development and how broad-reaching this could be to a lot of the community. I appreciated the images of Western and what it looked like 20 years ago and 30 years ago, and 2 years ago. And I was thinking about the farmers market. When we moved the farmers market, it felt a lot like this, that it was for many people the end of the world and that it was the worst possible scenario that we could do. And there was so much concern about how we would end up with this big failure downtown. And I'm at the farmers market most every Saturday, and it's one of the best things in the city. So, I think it's important to be smart and make sure that we have all of our ducks in a row. But I also think it's important to act on faith sometimes and to be looking ahead at where we want to go rather than where we've been. So on that, I also have a handful of questions. One of the things that I just wanted to clarify, because I think there has been some confusion. Has Fisherman's Landing ever been a charter park? You referenced it was on a list and then it wasn't on a list. Can you talk about that a little more?
Fisherman's Landing has never been a charter park. Fisherman's Landing is not subject to the same restrictions or requirements related to divesting of a charter park. Fisherman's Landing is a simple piece of property that the city owns, is simply a piece of property that the city owns. When the charter park were established in 1998, as I noted in my presentation, kind of glancing, when the original list came out, Fisherman's Landing was on it. The subsequent updated list, Fisherman's Landing was removed, and it was not part of the charter park act that we enacted here at the city council. City commission. There were a number of park properties that were removed because the city commission in 1998 had decided that those properties were better slated for flexibility for future development. So Fisherman's Landing at that point in time was not included and has never been a charter park.
So from the very origination of the charter park concept in the city of Muskegon, Fisherman's Landing was always excluded from that with the idea that this was probably not always going to be a park.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other parks in the city that you have to pay to access in any way?
We do have the beach parking pass for cars, but you don't actually have to pay to use the beach in the city of Muskegon. You can ride your bike in, you can walk in, you can take the shuttle in, you can park a couple blocks away and access.
Park on a Wednesday?
You can park on a Wednesday and access it for free. No, there are no other parks in the city that that anybody has to pay for to access it. The launch ramps you do have to pay for, and that's for the maintenance of it, but that's a little bit of a specialty situation there. But when you look at Smith Ryerson, McRae, Pierre Marquette, any one, a number of our parks, Beechwood, you don't have to pay to use those parks.
Okay. So that sets Fisherman's Landing up to potentially be a little more revenue neutral than
Correct.
the rest of our
Yes.
park system.
Yeah.
And is there any way for me to access the waterfront at Fisherman's Landing without paying a fee to get past the gate?
Generally, no. If you're going to be accessing the Fisherman's Landing area, you're going to be a camper or a visitor of the campers that are in there. Occasionally, kids will be able to go in there and play, but in general, you're a paid camper or a visitor who's going in there.
So I can't ride my bike down Jackson Hill to go play on the beach there?
Generally, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned that there was a gap in funding projected in between what we would generate from the long-term lease and what we would need to purchase the Verplank property. Can
Yes.
you talk a little bit about how big that gap is anticipated to be and where we might fill it?
It's definitely six figures. I don't have the exact number because that'll be based on the appraisals that come in on how that works together. But the anticipated filling of that would be through reserve funds. Currently, we're looking at ending the previous fiscal year a little bit better than what we had anticipated, so that does impact the numbers going forward. But we would also have some time to save up or put money aside to do that. I'd also talked about the possibility, and staff had brought this up, of looking at doing some type of an acquisition grant, which we know how to do, and that could be another way to meet that gap as well.
So we're not talking millions of dollars, we're talking hundreds of thousands?
Yes.
Okay. You also referenced a potential revenue sharing agreement with the port operations. Can you talk a little bit about what that might look like?
Yeah, so this was a proposal that MartDoc came up with, and this would be, if they were successful in the PIDP grant process, to the tune of about $10 million, that would trigger a process where there would be revenue sharing with the community. And we've talked about this before, where they would take a portion of the revenue and put it aside into a grant process that the community would then determine how to spend that money. Where would it be spent? Would it, they would set the priorities, whether it's within the neighborhoods that are adjacent to Fisherman's Landing, if it's business development, if it's facade grants, if it's launch ramp improvements, whatever it is, the community board members who are part of that advisory board would make that decision. The exact makeup of that board, it's been a while since we've discussed it, but I believe it was going to be a combination of city and county folks, and then representative from West Michigan Dock as the port operator there as well.
Okay, thank you. At the end of the meeting tonight, if we say, nope, we're not interested, can MartDoc seek a rezone for their current property?
Yes.
And does it seem likely that that would be granted?
Well, I guess I would ask you guys that, as it would be the city commission who would make that decision. Any property owner can ask for a rezone at any point in time if it meets the master plan. There are criteria to that. You just can't have zoning be anything.
Right.
But as a property owner, if it's consistent with the master plan and it's consistent with other things that are going on, you can ask for a rezone, yes.
So there would be potential legal standing for that to be an allowable rezone?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question is, there has been a lot of discussion about a new county park campground at
Dune Harbor.
Dune Harbor. I know we are not the county, but can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I can speak to it a little bit. So Dune Harbor Park, over just south of Sherman, between Sherman and Seminole, in the city of Norton Shores. The county has acquired that property, and it is a county park with a variety of different uses there. One of the uses that the county has looked at in a couple of different locations in the park is camping. And the exact location I don't think has been determined. It's still in the concept phases, but that is something that the county has explored.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Sinclair. Commissioner Gorman, do you have anything to ask Brad at this time?
Yes, thank you. I am really excited we are here today. I think I have thought about this every day for the last year. And first, just want to share my perspective of, I'd lovingly say that this is probably one of the craziest teams I'm a part of as a commissioner, but really an extension of our city staff. So I do really want to thank staff because we have, all of us, demanded them to give this attention for not just the last year, every iteration that we've had before this. And with that, one thing the public doesn't always get to see is truly the private conversations with staff leadership on things we have pushed to put our staff in an uncomfortable negotiation position sometimes to get us to where we are today. So I really want to acknowledge that and be transparent with the public that a lot of that has come from all of us with very different perspectives of what public access means to our residents. And it's, again, for me, really special to be in a position here where we can boldly proclaim we are here for city residents, but also acknowledging that this is a very special opportunity that, once again, the city of Muskegon gets to prioritize its residents while benefiting the greater Muskegon community. And for this project uniquely, again, just within the county, within the region, and even within the state, and actually internationally too, because we did hear about Port of Muskegon abroad this year. So, sorry. So with that, one thing serving a through line of all seven of us is truly always taking a historical perspective on big decisions like these. And the Vice Mayor brought up a great point of it's so nice for us now to lean on a recent perspective of the farmers market and truly what that emotion felt like as a member of our community and the opportunity the city had to make at that time. But throughout this process, even again, learning about the 1999 study we saw, like this has been a conversation long before the last year, long before the last 10 years. And then through even more public engagement, for me anyway, learning about similar opportunity with Pier Marquette Park almost 100 years ago in 1927. And I've really been reflecting on that because that is such a no-brainer decision now for us to talk about how that's benefited our residents uniquely and given us a unique challenge of elevating the quality of life in the city of Muskegon while benefiting the whole county. And so I feel like we have this path and some of these perspectives to know it's possible, but also know, like, for now, us as elected officials, like, I'm sure that was not fun conversation always, but there is such a great benefit to it. And I do really appreciate the perspective we've gotten, learning more about Fisherman's Landing. And I really want to lean into the acknowledgement that staff has made today that we hear you. It is true. People that camp at Fisherman's Landing do support commerce within local city of Muskegon. So I think we were all actually surprised by the data and stressing the importance of making data-informed decisions, that looking at the information available to us, that campers at Fisherman's Landing tracing their commerce path, we're not seeing the levels of investment within downtown businesses or even the farmers market that we hear that matches the actual reality of the situation. But looking at the data, it makes sense. When you're talking about 109 spots at a campground that offers seasonal camping, it makes sense that that's not statistically significant enough to pick up for us to see their economic impact on local businesses and the farmers market. Again, not to say that that's not happening, but it's not at the significance that we all as a commissioner are looking for when we're making a decision of this economic impact magnitude. And I've talked to downtown businesses again today because I just thought I need someone to say, yes, I am flooded with campers, and that's just not the reality we live in right now, versus weighing the opportunity that this could have on downtown businesses. We have certainly made progress downtown, but we're not where I think, we have our motivations to get to. So wanted to share that perspective, but also stress again the safety triggers we've heard about today that are within this agreement. And again, those didn't just happen. Those happened because all 7 of us pressed on really pressing issues. And I can't stress enough, like, this unique opportunity of the willingness of the multiple property owners. And I think it's fair for the public to know, like, this, haven't always talked to the property owners through staff, like certainly we have, but they have made themselves available to us at any time of the day. I have taken advantage of those opportunities at every time of the day, whether that's working business hours or when I'm thinking about something late at night. And that is what I feel like is the job that we were elected to do for our residents. So I'm comfortable with where we're at, and I know we've stressed a lot tonight on trust. And I think if you have put in the time to talk to these property owners, to work with our staff, like, that is why there's trust and comfortability for some of us here. And I think if you're not there yet, you have an opportunity to get there. And if we do, there's an incredible opportunity at the end of this. So anyway, all that to say, I guess my one question that wasn't asked today is, with 109 sites at Fisherman's Landing, like, does the city dictate the season availability of those reservations, or like, can that be changed? Because through this conversation, then I feel like there have been residents curious about how someone gets to have a private campsite for the season versus we've seen other campgrounds within our community actually roll those back and, I don't know, set like a 2-week maximum. Like, doesn't that offer more opportunities? So I'm just curious how we got where we are now, and if there's changes available for that.
So within the lease agreement that we have, the property management agreement that we have for the campground, the only thing that's dictated regarding the season is start and stop of the season. It must be, must start by this date or earlier, and end no earlier than this date, or can go later. But we don't restrict the number of season seasonal campers at the site is not contemplated in the agreement.
Could it be?
Sure.
Sweet. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garman. All right, so I do have some questions of my own and some commentary for our manager, and then we'll give opportunity to hear from the developer to address any questions that the commission has, as well as to share your thoughts and perspective on everything you've heard tonight and the process that you've all been in over the many months. As has been mentioned, this is a generational opportunity, and it's a significant opportunity to reorganize our downtown and our waterfront to serve our community going forward. To serve our community, usually I'm loud. To serve our community for the next many decades. I mean, this process has been going on for a quarter century already. I mean, since we did the master land use plan in the late 90s and envisioned consolidating port and shipping operations on the east end of Muskegon Lake, and as was mentioned, why Fisherman's Landing was not incorporated into the chartered park system, because it had been envisioned at that time a quarter century ago that it would become port and shipping operations there, while at the same time, incidentally, having recreational and nature preserve like space just north of there, as we're envisioning today with this agreement. And being a active member of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, there's approximately approaching 400 member communities throughout the Great Lakes, both in Canada and the United States, that are part of that organization. And I also serve on the Mayor's Commission with that organization for economic transformation and developing a transformation plan for communities like ours that are moving on from an industrialized, hardened waterfront and recreating those spaces to serve our community today and going forward. And we're incidentally going to be launching our economic transformation action plan later this month and during Climate Week in New York City. So that will be forthcoming to cultivate a fresh coast economic corridor throughout our Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway Basin. And part of that is port and shipping operations. And part of that, and port and shipping operations have been integral to Muskegon's history from its very inception. And it's important that we continue to have a working port as an economic engine for this community. So on that, I have no qualms or questions about, and I will continue to advocate that we are a port city and can accommodate and support port and shipping activities here. And we have a unique opportunity to expand and upgrade our port and shipping operations to not only benefit our local community, but to benefit the regional West Michigan economy, so that we can transport goods, agricultural products, manufactured products from throughout West Michigan through the port of Muskegon to the port of Milwaukee and beyond, and access the rail system over there, so we can reach more markets with the goods that are either manufactured in our Muskegon community or agricultural products grown throughout Muskegon and the wider West Michigan region. As part of the desire of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative and that the Mayor's Commission on Economic Transformation also wishes to see more tourism and hospitality with cruise lines and attracting visitors. In different conventions and conferences I've gone to, there are municipalities and communities that are clamoring for cruise ships to come to their community, and we're seeing that. And we're seeing that interest here in Muskegon, and wishing to further capitalize on that and leverage that. While at the same time, there's communities all across the Great Lakes that have a harmful, exploitative, pollutive legacy, just like ours. We are a Great Lakes area of concern, designated by the EPA. Well, technically it's through the Secretary of the State Department, which will have the ultimate say on that delisting. But we're on the verge of being delisted as a Great Lakes area of concern after decades of efforts by our community. It was spearheaded initially by our community on that cleanup and restoration. And then the government came along and supported those efforts and brought resources to bear and dollars to bear so that we could see Muskegon Lake and lakes across the Great Lakes area restored and cleaned up and being able to be used differently, but still be used from an economic engine perspective, so that we can still support the lives and livelihoods of members of our community. And that's an opportunity we have here. Even as part of the cleanup and restoration of Muskegon Lake, it's not about going back to a pristine, pre-development, pre-industrial state. It's how do we transform that waterfront so that it can be enjoyed and accessible to all, benefit everyone, while still supporting economic activity. And so it's not just about having nature only or recreational only on Muskegon Lake. And Fisherman's Landing Campground is a phenomenal campground. I've heard good things from so many different people about it, and I have no qualms with the rights management. I think they've managed it fairly well, and they've reinvested into that facility, and so many people enjoy it. And I understand there's a lot of sentimental value to it, and emotional value tied to it, and family nostalgia tied to it. It is very important. I think it's very important that we retain a lot of those public amenities that are at Fisherman's Landing. I think a lot of people get those tied up with the campground itself, having the launch ramps, having the fish cleaning stations, having the public bathrooms and the pavilions, the fishing platforms and the like. Those are things that we envision staying, things that we've talked about from the very beginning of wanting to retain there for public use. And this has been something that's been ongoing not only a quarter century, but like in serious negotiations a number of different times over the past 10 to 15 years. I remember in, I think 2011, 2012, there was contemplation of Mart Dock relocating the Fisherman's Landing campground to their sand docks, their docks property on the far west end. So that they could relocate. And they didn't go anywhere back then. And then there have been successive attempts at looking at how do we reorganize our waterfront. And this version, I will acknowledge, is the best version yet. Is it perfect? No. Is it good enough for my blessing and vote personally? I'm not sure yet. I'll be honest. I'm not sure. I have more reflection on this, and I have questions and I have concerns that need to be addressed, and I'm going to address them yet tonight. And I'm not raising them in an attempt to renegotiate. It's not our job on this dais to negotiate this deal. That's why we have our professional staff to do so, that are quite competent and capable and well compensated by us. So we don't need to be doing that work. However, I can acknowledge the concerns I have. I can share my thoughts, what excites me, what gives me pause and may cause me disinclined to support it. And then our professional staff and the counterparty to this agreement can choose how to take that information and process it. If they want to incorporate it and make any refinements, that's their choice. If they don't wish to and can't, and it's going to be the exact same version, then it'll be my choice and my fellow commissioners' choice when it comes to us as to whether or not it's a yay or nay on our parts. So with that said, I'm going to get into some of my questions and the items that give me some pause. First, I just want to get clarification because there were a couple maps that had been shared by the city, and I think it was even a couple maps in the same Smith group, Muskegon Lakeshore or Muskegon Shoreline Master Planning Summary. One map had shown the property on the other side of 3rd Street Wharf, on the other side of Terrace Point Drive from 3rd Street Wharf, adjacent to the city-owned property where the portal sits, the art installation portal sits. One map shows that being included in what would be the city-acquired property that would become this waterfront parkland. Another map shows it is not. And so I would like to get clarification is when we are bringing forward that exhibit in the future, and I perfectly understand why we do not have those exhibits right now. It takes time and money to come up with the surveys and the appraisals and everything else. And if the commission tonight did not have an appetite or a willingness to move this forward at all, then why waste that money and that time and effort? So I fully understand why we don't have all of those exhibits and appendices in the draft agreement right now. But can we get some clarification as to whether or not that property across from Terrace Point Drive, adjacent to the portal, would be included in the city acquired property? And if it's not, is that something that we'd have the option to consider when a formal agreement, when a final agreement is brought to the city commission for an up or down vote, whether that might be an option for the commission to consider at that time, say, no, we're willing to spend, a little extra money to get that property as well.
So it is not included in my this iteration that's before us. When it got included on that map, I think what occurred was because it is part of that property. When you do basically a selection of the property on GIS, it jumps over there, and that wasn't noticed because it was on the other side of the road. The property owner, and we have discussed this, I don't think that they would be opposed to it being included. Just like also the acreage at the Third Street Wharf, the 2.5 was a staff decision looking at how we can best use the 2.8. But currently, no, it is not included.
Okay. I personally would be interested in understanding what that cost would be and if there's an opportunity for that to be included. I'm less interested personally in acquiring the entirety of Third Street Wharf because I see some sensibility in that inner development and how that interplays with the public access piece. But I am interested in that other parcel right across the way. You mentioned, Jonathan, and we've talked about this, Mr. Manager, you mentioned this in your presentation as well as throughout the many different engagements that we've had this year, whereby the things that would remain at Fisherman's Landing, including the launch ramps, the public bathrooms, fish cleaning station, pavilions, and the like, and Vice Mayor St. Clair asked about this as well. Where are such items and referencing to them remaining in the draft agreement?
Well, if you look at the draft agreement itself, what the portion of Fisherman's Landing that Mart Dock would be acquiring for the port operations is the campground and that first bay of parking, and then potentially the first half of the next bay of parking. So, with the exception of the pavilion, everything else is outside of that footprint. So the launch ramp, the fish cleaning station, which is in the same building as the office, the bathrooms that are outside of the fence, those are all outside of that footprint that Mart Dock would be using for port operations and would remain. The way that I envision the pavilion would be moving it over to the area to the west of the bathroom area, where it would actually be looking up the channel out into Muskegon Lake as opposed to across to the salt dock.
So would the fishing, because the fishing dock,
The fishing
public
pier would
fishing
have
docks,
to
right,
would most likely have to adjust a little bit.
would
to
have to be
the-
adjusted or relocated. So I think it would be helpful to reassure our community if we even, just in the references or the acknowledgements, that we are committed to those public amenities remaining, whether in the exact same location or elsewhere on the property, that they would be remaining. I think I would be reassured to see that language reference in there. I think our community would be as well. That's just showing that we are, in writing, demonstrating commitment to those public amenities being at Fisherman's Landing still. I also would welcome an understanding of who's going to pay for any public amenities that need to be relocated. If the pavilion needs to be relocated, if the fishing dock needs to be relocated, who's going to cover that cost? I mean, right now, given the lack of discussion or mention of that, I would anticipate that the expectation would be the city's responsible for that. And so, not sure how I feel about that yet without knowing costs or the like. I would feel a whole lot better if the entity that is taking control of the Fisherman's Landing campground and reorienting the public amenities there would be the one responsible for paying relocation of that, or if somehow that's tied into the cost sharing or the payment sharing and the like for all these different moving pieces and parcels that would be acquired. We also talk about revenue sharing because that was something that the developer had proposed voluntarily. There's something they brought forward to the community and in part to sweeten the pot and get more of the community on board. But I didn't see any reference to that in the development agreement either. And so I think that would be helpful to have that included. What it would entail, how it would function, and the like, tied into that, because that has pretty much since the get-go of this latest process, this year, has been a piece of that. There would be this revenue sharing opportunity, and I think that's even more important, as was mentioned about us taking more public land. Both the existing public lands that we already own, but we don't necessarily operate and maintain. Now we're going to be responsible for that, but we're going to be taking ownership of additional public property that we'd be responsible for maintaining. That to have a revenue sharing in which a portion of the revenue sharing was committed to park maintenance, I think that would be really helpful, just from a fiscal perspective, but also I think align with what the original commitment was when this was brought to the community at the beginning of the year. Now, the whole rezoning piece of Mart Dock to have a waterfront industrial PUD district as a insurance or a backup plan, I'm just not. I have serious pause about that. I understand that ultimately if this doesn't move forward and they're not able to relocate to Fisherman's Landing Campground, they're not able to upgrade and expand their operations there, that they'd like to be able to reconfigure their operations on their current site, potentially even expand up to 65% of the total property there, given that the zoning did change a quarter century ago that inhibits their ability to reconfigure or modify their operations there. But I have serious reservations about tying that backup or insurance plan, rezoning it in tandem with moving forward with this development agreement, when this development agreement contemplates them not using it in that capacity, but we're going to rezone it to allow them to use it in that capacity. It's just not squaring in my head. Not to say I can't get my head wrapped around it, but right now it's not squaring in my head. The other piece is, when you look at our zoning code, and specifically with regard to waterfront industrial plan unit development districts, it specifically says that that district is established primarily for water-dependent commercial shipping of bulk, general cargo, or container goods by freighter, bulk carrier, tanker, tub, barge, or other similar commercial vessels, and the WI PUD districts intended to promote the consolidation of commercial port activities at the eastern terminus of Muskegon Lake because of its proximity to the interstate, established industrial uses, and isolation from residential zones. So this district was essentially created to consolidate the port operations exactly where we're trying to get them now at Fisherman's Landing Campground and the immediately surrounding area. And that the intent is to localize this district to promote symbiotic relationships among industrial port activities and discourage the expansion of such activities elsewhere along Muskegon Lake frontage. And it is further the intent of this district to require planning and development for all projects to ensure a mix of port uses that enhances the industrial economic base of the city. And yeah, so in a sense, this PUD doesn't seem to be appropriate. This waterfront industrial plan unit development district does not seem to be appropriate for Mart Dock proper, given that it was created with the intent to consolidate and move those to the eastern end of Muskegon Lake. So that again gives me pause as to why we would rezone or create this district at Mart Dock proper for that, because it just seems to conflict with what the intent based upon the preamble. But I know preamble is not law. We can, deviate, and it may make sense to deviate given historical context. But I'm just not sure if I would like to deviate in tandem with approving a development agreement versus looking at potentially having to do that subsequently if we can't move forward with the operations or relocating Mart Dock's vacation and relocating to Fisherman's Landing Campground. I did not see another key selling point of this initiative and concept has been that there would be new public access at Mart Dock proper, not just 3rd Street Wharf, because we'd be acquiring 3rd Street Wharf or at least the waterfront perimeter, but in tandem, and there'd be public access added at Mart Dock proper. And Mr. Manager, did that slide you shared that talked about expanded public access? I took a photo of it while you were doing it right quick. Where it speaks to lake frontage increased by footage and then total acreage.
Yep.
Is that inclusive of the public access at Mart Dock proper, or is that just 3rd Street Wharf and Verplank property?
It's just 3rd Street Wharf and
Okay,
Verplank.
that is great. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
That is good to know because that's a considerable increase already, and that stands alone, and I appreciate that. But we did hear about Mart Dock proper public access being added there. And we talk about a deed restriction such that they couldn't have port and shipping activities there. But I don't see anything about like deed restrictions or public or easement for public access. So I'm just wondering if there may be an opportunity for that to be incorporated or added, or at least acknowledge that that's the intent. In the acknowledgments at the beginning of the development agreement, at least acknowledging that that's the intent. If we're not going to stipulate, what extent of that public access. And those deed restrictions with regard to port activities, that may be the way to square my mind around the rezoning, because I understand the interplay. Those deed restrict, even if it is rezoned, the PUD industrial waterfront development or waterfront industrial development, if you have the deed restrictions on there, they're not going to be able to do that. So that might be the way to square it in my head. But Now, with regard to Third Street Wharf, where we are agreeing that the city-acquired property will include a restriction that prohibits the city from using the area along the perimeter of the city-acquired property bordering the Third Street Wharf and extending into the Third Street Wharf as depicted on Exhibit J in a manner that would impede or otherwise prohibit vessel docking and launching. So essentially, they're retaining riparian rights. We're not getting riparian rights as while acquiring the waterfront there. So would we not be able to have shopper docks or transient docks there if we so chose or wish to have as part of our waterfront wharf park? Or would those be allowed just so long as the extent of that's not going to impede with their docking on the other side of the basin?
So my understanding of it, and this might be, legal counsel might be able to answer this better than I, would be that as long as it doesn't impede with the cruise ship docking areas that would be in that area, then we would have that flexibility, and that is something, whether it's along the long side of the Third Street Wharf where it's not projecting out in. I don't know if parallel, yeah.
Parallel.
So yeah, that would be my understanding. It's been a while since we've had that part of the conversation, so I apologize.
Okay.
But yeah, it's primarily to accommodate the cruise ships in that area, and that we're not doing something that would impede their ability to dock.
Which is sensible.
Yeah.
I know, though, that we would like to see more shopper docks and transit docks
Yep.
downtown waterfront, and that we could have the opportunity to do so with waterfront property, particularly when we're talking about grants used for a wharf and park-like property, development investments. And a wharf naturally entails docking. So it would be nice to ensure that we could have some of our own docking at that property for transient and shopper docks and the like. Can you speak to the purchase option that, and maybe this is a question for the developer, but can you speak to the purchase, because the purchase option that Mardoc has with Verplank for the old CMS property, the property immediately north of Fisherman's Landing, it calls for them paying it for $5 million, and in this agreement it contemplates them assigning that purchase option to the city of Muskegon. We'd pay $5 million, and they get reimbursed by Mardoc for the pro rata, their portion of the 52 acres. Can you speak to how that $5 million was determined? Like, was that based on an appraisal? Was it an appraisal with expected development use? Is this a development question? I'll hold that off for the development question. But now you know where I'm thinking, so be prepared for that question. Am I understanding correctly that if this agreement were adopted as is, Mardoc would lease the Fisherman's Landing property. They'd have to maintain it as a campground. And if they never move forward with developing the campground as a port and shipping operations, and they never vacate and relocate Mardoc, that they would still have the lease, and the lease would exist for 50 years with an optional 40-year renewal, and they would be required to operate as a campground.
If we didn't acquire the conversion property.
So, yes, okay.
Yeah, so we have to satisfy the conversion, which would be the loss of the campground, we would have to receive the conversion property.
Yeah, that's the only time they can exercise the purchase is if we've already gotten the conversion property. Right.
Yeah, because that would also trigger a conversion.
Because that would satisfy, yeah.
Yeah.
But otherwise, they would ostensibly, if the relocation doesn't happen, ostensibly they would just continue. They would be our manager for Fisherman's Landing campground for 50 years, unless they decided to self-terminate.
In theory, yeah.
I just want to understand that that's a scenario.
Yeah, if
not that that's necessarily their interest, of course,
no,
but I just want to understand that's
I don't
a
think
scenario.
anybody anticipates that would be the case. But
Okay.
Yeah, that until we receive the conversion property contemplated as the Verplank property here or another property at the commission's choosing, then the campground can't be extinguished until that conversion property is met.
Okay.
I think and just for a little bit of additional clarification there, since it's contemplated that the Verplank property would be the conversion property, which is what we've been talking about this whole time. So if that purchase option is exercised and then we end up acquiring it, then that's met. And if they exercise the purchase option and then for some reason we say no, that would create a situation where there's a kind of a conflict there, but because we're contemplating that we would use the Verplank property. Really where the other option comes into play is if for some reason something falls apart with the Verplank property and we look for a different option. But, so,
Okay.
and that was really, we were trying to play out what if scenarios going forward. So that's why some of that language is in there about if this doesn't happen, then what happens. We were trying to, game out as many different scenarios as we could to figure out the best way forward while we were developing the agreement.
Okay. And this is kind of tied in a little bit with in my mind, with the insurance or backup plan where we rezone it so in case it doesn't move forward and they can remain at Mardock and, modify that and potentially expand their operations there. That's a backup plan. Similarly, if this doesn't move forward, there's been interest conveyed by the community and well as members of the commission that we'd be interested in acquiring the CMS property, the Verplank owned CMS property, former CMS property, north of Fisherman's Landing for recreational environmental restoration purposes. But because of the purchase option that Mardock has for it, we would be inhibited from acquiring that property independently.
Correct.
So in my mind, it'd be nice, and this could be again another way to help square it and get me on board with the rezoning. Personally, I'm just one of seven though. That if we had some kind of assurance that we could move forward with independently acquiring the Verplank property for our express interest and purposes, which is from an environmental restoration and a recreational value perspective, that would be helpful because right now we can't acquire it independently.
I think, and just one thing on that thought. Also keeping in mind that there's a third party then involved with that, and so that wouldn't necessarily be something that either the city nor Mardock would be able to negotiate into an agreement because there is a third party.
Yeah, Verplank gets to choose who they sell it to beyond
Yes.
Mardock.
Yeah.
But so long as Mardock has that option, we would not be able to independently purchase it. I also have heard from some members within the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership about the ecological sensitivity of the shoreline at Fisherman's Landing, west of Fisherman's Landing, not where we've got the hardened seawall and the lake, but where some people call the beach. It's not quite a beach, but it's a soft shoreline, and that there is sensitive wildlife and natural habitat and shoreline ecology, or the bottomlands and shoreline ecology are right there, and that they would welcome some assurances that shoreline would not be disturbed as part of this, and that could be preserved as part of a healthy, vibrant lake ecology. And so I wanted to relay that if there's an opportunity to address that. We heard from commissioners' questionings earlier about if we do see this move forward, construction gets started, but it ends up dragging on because the window starts after completion. So if we start it and it drags on, for a number of years, could we end up seeing a scenario where, Mardock's operating its current site, Fisherman's Lake's no more, it's in the state of, construction, but it's just languishing there potentially for years or decades. And where I think to help address that concern that I've heard from members of the commission, and a concern that I have myself is if we did have some kind of clock too that said if that drags on for so long, there starts being penalties of some kind, just disincent that being dragged on too long. Just an idea. The final thing I'll say on here before we hear from the developer is that I have misgivings about Section 5 in there, the utilization of grant funds for TSW, the Third Street Wharf parcel improvements. Right now, that's set up, and what's mentioned is, use of such grant funds, including but not limited to rerouting applicable sewer lines, the acquisition and improvement of the city-acquired property, which is 3rd Street Wharf perimeter, and for the relocation and display of the USS LST 393. All those things are well and good, and I do not object to some of those grant dollars being used for the LST. It's a vessel that's very important to our community, to our nation's history, important to me and my family. I do have some concerns and misgivings, pause, whatever you want to call it, about the prospect of us committing to giving 50% or $1 million, whichever is greater, to for those purposes of the LST being relocated, and the infrastructure that would be needed to accommodate the LST relocation. Because I think that's too much. I don't like this being committed that way, but also you could have a scenario where we've only got a portion of one grant. And if the state decides to nix the second grant, and then we're left with, because it's 1.3 and 1.5 million, right? Those
Correct.
two grants are set up that way. So we've got a portion of the 1.3, and if the one,
I think the 1.5 is.
we've got a portion of the 1.5, the 1.3 comes secondary. Okay, so we've got a portion of the 1.5, and if the 1.3 disappears, and we have the 1.5 to work with, and then it costs us $500,000 to buy 3rd Street Wharf, well, now that remaining $1 million must go to LST and accommodating the LST. And we don't have any money left over to make improvements at 3rd Street Wharf, which runs counter to what the express purpose of those funds were. And so that's why I have concerns about how that's set up. Not to say I oppose any dollars being used for LST. That's one of the very compelling points for me, is being able to accommodate the LST and the Silver Sides and bringing those two very important military artifacts together. Having the Silver Sides from the Pacific Theater and the LST from the Atlantic Theater in World War II, bringing them together in a joint military history museum, I think has a lot of value and would make Muskegon stand out in a number of different ways. So that I am not opposed to some of those dollars being used for the LST and the Silver Sides. I have serious reservations about how that's set up right now. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And just on that point, and this was one of the things that I noted as a risk in the agreement. This was a point that was a concession on our part regarding negotiations on getting deed restrictions and a countdown clock on the cessation of operations at Martdock, which is something that I heard loud and clear from the commissioners that we wanted as part of the deal. And so, as the give and take goes back and forth, and we many hours of discussions on this, that was one of the kind of the concession points. So just as an FYI. So yeah.
And also just as FYI, which I meant to share at the beginning of this, of my list of questions, concerns, is that when this first started earlier this year, we anticipated something coming to us like April, in the
Yes, we
springtime.
did.
And at that time, in my conversations with you, you'd indicated, well, I fully expect the commission to tear it apart, and we might have to, reconfigure it and make changes and whatnot. And then when I asked you more recently, what's your outlook? Is that still your outlook? And your outlook had evolved to, because you've spent so much time and back and forth, and effort on this, and to getting Martdock to on various different agreements, that your position was like, it's more of, here's the agreement, yay or nay, maybe it can be finessed or whatnot, but it wasn't more of like, we're tear it apart.
Yeah.
So I've been operating this whole year with this perspective of like, when it comes to us, we're going to be in a position of, we're going to tear it apart, potentially, if need be, unless you bring someone that's just, perfect or nearly perfect.
Yes.
And so there are things that I have not really reinforced or emphasized or driven home throughout this year, because I've shared some of them or have some conversation, but really didn't hound it in.
That's
because
right.
I thought we'd be digging into this here, like now. And so I just wanted to give some context as to my line of thinking here, for you, my fellow commissioners, and our community. That said, thank you.
Yeah.
I know you put a lot of work in this, and our team has put a lot of work in this, and I appreciate our counterparts at Martdock for being at the table and being a willing partner and trying to move this forward. I think this is the best iteration yet. I think there's some elements in here that would reinforce that being the best iteration yet, because there's some public commitments that have been made by ourselves or the counterparty in advancing this and engaging it that I don't see locked in here. That if they were, that would raise that value proposition and make it more of a compelling opportunity for us. So that's all I have to say on that right now. Thank you, Mr. Manager. We're going to hear from the developer. The developer can share their thoughts with us, address any of our questions. You already know one of my questions with regard to how did the $5 million price tag come for the Verplank property. Did you have something for Mr. Manager before we go to the developer, Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes, but I kind of have something for you, like in terms of speaking with the developer, because you sit on the planning commission and I see other members of our planning commission here. A PUD for Mardock proper would be totally separate from what we're talking about tonight. I really want to hear from the public, so I'm just saying I don't want to get into the weeds of what a PUD for Mardock proper would be tonight, because that's kind of not what's in front of us. Excuse me. I just want to put that out there so we can kind of, I definitely want to ask the developer a few questions myself, but to kind of stay on track with the proposal that's in front of us.
Yeah, I don't have any questions with the PUD. So that is in tandem. That's required that would be approved as while we also approve this. They'd be on the same night. So they are very much tied together. But no, I understand what the PUD is. I have reservations about it, but I don't have any questions about that for the developer. Do you have any questions for manager before we?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Cochin.
So, Mr. Manager, if the property, if we are able to get the Verplank property, would that then be designated as a charter park?
That would be the discretion of the commission.
Okay, when would we have the opportunity to do that? At a legislative policy committee meeting?
No, I mean, it could just.
After acquisition.
Yeah, after acquisition, it could be a discussion that we would have. So
Okay.
We'd already have the survey in hand. That's basically what
Yeah.
you'd need, and it would just be a commission resolution with the survey designating that property as a charter park property.
It's actually kind of simple for a charter park to become a charter park. It's not simple to have it not be. So.
Yes, that's for sure. Any other questions for Mr. Manager before we? Yes, Commissioner
Yeah,
German.
just one question. I think, Mayor, Manager Cyphers, just say, for instance, this proposal goes through, everything's said and done. What does the tax base look like for the city with the partnership with Mark Dark?
Well, that's one of the things that, great question, by the way, Commissioner. That's one of the things that the GMED looked into along with Grand Valley and Dr. Paul Isley to figure out what that economic impact would be. And that was the numbers that I was talking about earlier. So let me pull that back out here for a second. So we were talking about the jobs, the construction jobs at the redevelopment of Mark Dock, and then a total of over 300 sustained jobs and more than $40 million of annual economic activity that would occur in and around downtown Muskegon as a result of the redevelopment of the Mart Dock site. So this was done by a third-party entity that looked at the data that they had available. This is the same entity that does the economic forecast for the Chamber of Commerce every year, so it's someone who's very familiar with the economics of Muskegon and how those components work together. So after that redevelopment, like I said, more than $40 million of annual sales, more than $14 million in wages. That wouldn't all be here in the city of Muskegon, but it would be regionally, and then more than 300 active jobs.
And just off the top of your head, what would the city get from Doc Mark for as them paying taxes to the city?
That would be a tough one for me to estimate off the top of my head because of the, just how assessments work regarding the value of buildings. Do we have any brownfield incentives on the site? Are there any type of, that type of economic development incentive in place? But if you're looking at from a wage perspective, and I just said, this whole 14 million wouldn't be in the city, but for example, if you had $14 million in wages, that would be about $700,000 in income tax at 0.5% for non-residents. So just to kind of put that into perspective, and then you would have, you would eventually have the property taxes coming into play here as well. It's waterfront property. Waterfront property has a higher taxable value than property that's off the waterfront. So you would get significant property taxes off there as well. But you would have the property and the income tax.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want you to know, again, I reiterate, I do appreciate time that you and your staff took to get this done. That's why we pay you what we pay you and staff. But at the same time, again, I still have questions, pauses on moving forward with this. Someone brought up, I think Vice Mayor brought up the farmer's market. Commissioner Gorman brought up the farmer's market development, and I just kind of talk about that right quick. When the chamber approached the city and they talked about moving the farmer's market downtown, that was in 2013, and they promised, hey, we would come back and make these changes, do something to that vacant lot on Yuba Street. Nothing's been done. So now when I talk about trust, and as you mentioned, yeah, there has to be a level of trust and there's risk. But when a community have their amenities extracted from their neighborhoods and nothing is put in place, that raises great concerns. And they vote someone in office that will address those issues. Now going to the Fisherman's Landing, what I can say, what I've heard, that there is a plan, which I appreciate because I sit down and talk with the Mark Dark representatives, and I appreciate that. And I could see their vision and understand, but as I said right now, there's a lot of things that put a pause on my decision. And I just can't rubber stamp everything that comes in front of Commissioner Cope, what I've seen and experienced in the past. So we'll have more dialogue on this, I'm quite sure. Yeah.
Oh, and if I could respond to that, one of the reasons that staff brought this forward in this iteration is exactly the experience that we had with the farmers market. And the fact that there is a plan on how to not only replace the amenity on the east side of the city, but actually expand public access on the east side of the city in a way that we've heard through our recreational master planning the public wants, that our residents want. I don't think that this would necessarily be viable without the Verplank property. That is a factor that changed, a number of years ago. That property wasn't necessarily in play as an option. And when that became an option to look at, that really changed the equation and the conversation because of the fact that we have had situations where when we've looked at development for the community, there's been sacrifices that have occurred in one part of the city for another. And I wanted to be sure that whatever we brought to the commission for your consideration was looking at how we make sure that all parts of the community are winning in this situation, and how we're making sure that we're thinking about residents throughout the community and how it impacts them. And that's one of the reasons that I'm comfortable bringing this forward. And I would not expect you guys to rubber stamp anything I bring you. So I appreciate the back and forth. Yeah,
Okay.
that's part of the job, and I appreciate the conversations.
Yep.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you to the commissioners on this, because this is a very big deal. That affects so many in our community and Muskegon's future. So I appreciate the commission's careful attention to this and being supportive of you moving this forward and having these conversations and trying to do something that is going to have a maximum additional net value for as more people. Thank you, Mr. Manager. If you'd like to come up on behalf of.
We'll have to let everyone stand up on the record.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I wasn't sure which one you wanted.
Yeah, we'll just push this one up for now. Here we go. Cool. Okay, so I can keep this brief if you can imagine that. Thank you. So thanks to everyone who has sat through this, and thank you.
Will you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's arrogant of me.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Yeah. So I'm Chuck Keenstrait. My role with the MART doc is that I'm the lead executive operator for the parent company and the maritime interests that we have. So on a day-to-day basis, I do the work that our company does outside of Muskegon in general. I oversee property and environmental issues for West Michigan Dock and Market Corporation, an almost century-old Muskegon company. Max McKee's our president of West Michigan Dock. So he plays the role that I play in the other operations for West Michigan Dock. I am a shareholder of our parent company. I do sit on the board, and we have very many shareholders of SAM Products, hundreds of shareholders. I can be brief, so my mind's racing with a lot of the thoughts and comments you brought up here. So I think we could agree from the get-go, we won't get to all those tonight. But what we can commit to as one of the three partners in this conversation is that we do have a completely open communication line for whenever these occur and whenever you want a dialogue, because it'll be the same answer to whoever we communicate with on those topics or concerns. So the word that hit me tonight was trust. I heard it several times. I understand that the history with the farmers market, elicits conversation and trust and whatnot. One of the first plans I ever saw in Muskegon, it happened to be in '99, is when I joined the McKees to work in their company. And I did see that plan, and it has been an interesting quarter century in pushing ourselves and pushing and leaning into the community to see how we could make this evolve. So in about, 3.5 hours, it'll be 1 year since I stood here last year on September 9th, and we talked about moving this concept forward, and we talked about the things that we're now interested in doing at the Mart Dock and its redevelopment. So to do an analogy of what we solved in this back and forth process, which has helped us get to know a lot more about the city and its staff and whatnot, is that we took one long line of challenges and branches and what ifs and scenarios, and we divided it into three. Imagine two new toll booth operators opening, and the traffic's all rushed up in the three lines now. We have three independent projects built into this three-party, three-property project now. They can all move forward independently of one another and be successful independently of one another and not negatively impact the other. The most recent one that we added to the conversation was that we do want to move the Mart Dock forward faster than Y. Okay, the development of the development of the Mart Dock. So to explain why we added that 3565 concept in there is that, as we know, the Mart Dock has operated since its rezoning on non-conforming historical uses. And one of those important facets of being able to approach a new use at a property is evidence of what your desires are to do with it. Do you want to leave your non-conforming use? The answer for us is no. We do not want to leave our non-conforming use at the Mart Dock. We want to move down to Fisherman's Landing. We want to develop a new and environmentally sustainable port down at the end for the next 100 years. I think we've been clear about that in my community communications and whatnot, and we'll leave that aside. But so for us, more so than a security or insurance policy, it's so that there is trust and there's an indicator that we'll move forward. We'll take 35% of that property and start meaningfully moving the valuation and the environmental and the costing and all that stuff that comes with those first phases. If we understand that it won't elicit any expectations that we'd move away from our rights in that non-conforming use. We do think there's substantial port rights there, and don't want to send the wrong message about our desire on that. I do like the idea of certainty for marketing purposes, to be able to tell these sophisticated material suppliers and whatnot that we can meet their needs long term. How did we come up with that option price. I can assure you there's one person in the room that thinks that option price is way too low. Okay? And I thank Ron for being here tonight. I asked him to come here tonight so he could nod to and speak to the fact that he's being included in a three-property, a public-private partnership. Look at all those cliches flowing. But the idea here is we have worked closely with the Verplank companies over the last 25 years. I've known Ron since I started here at Sand Products Corporation. And we talked about that property for years, and they don't sell much property. They're like us. We do sit on properties, and we sit on properties because we see how things evolve and what opportunity ends up coming down the pipe. And that number is a result of some pretty direct conversations back and forth. I think the numbers was heard elsewhere in the community prior to us having that as an option price, but that is a hard negotiated price with Verplank. And the terms that we put in that option, we believe are fair. It gives us, the rights to all the due diligence that would have to be done on a parcel. So that leaves literally thousands of questions and what ifs and whatnot, and I think they were all good ones. And I would stand here as long as I had to do that. But I think that would do a disservice tonight. I think we can all do that. I can hear from each of you, and again, I'm willing to stand here as long as you like, and I'm not trying to direct how the meeting flows, but there's been a lot of patient community members here that would like to give their points here tonight. So I'm not necessarily yielding the floor. I would take it on your direction. If we could hit your high points or whatnot, glad to do so.
You already addressed mine with regard to the valuation. I may have some additional follow-up questions with regard to that, particularly insofar as the value proposition to a port and shipping operation acquiring it from another port and shipping operation versus a municipal entity buying it for public recreational and environmental restoration purposes. But that's a conversation for another time. I did just want to address the valuation proposition there. But I did hear from a couple of commissioners who wanted to ask questions directly from you.
Great.
So that's why I wanted to invite you up. But also give you an opportunity to share whatever thoughts you wish with the commission and present, proposal or supplement the city manager's presentation.
Sure, and let me add one to that, Mr. Mayor. So, the notion. First of all, we were historically a campground and golf course operator. Okay, we had one for decades, and it was over in Alto, Michigan, Tyler Creek campground and golf course. So. We feel like it would be a natural fit as part of this three-pronged process to provide good services, and we stand behind. We do intend to make those payments as described in the agreement and adhere to running that campground until those criteria are met. I don't know how we could better exemplify trust than that. We will do that. I'll say it. Max might be behind me shooting me a look, but the fact of the matter is that's how this is built. So the campground doesn't go away. Most of those amenities you talked about don't go away until we have met our end of the bargain.
And I don't think most of the community understands or knew, and maybe many on the commission, that Sand Products has campground.
We divested
facilities.
of our campground, and it was a niche operation, but it was successful, and we understand the ins and outs and the scheduling and the maintenance and the pump outs and those things that have to go on. But again, while we're assessing all these other things, the other 1,300 points that have to be met, it's a good logical position perhaps to place trust in us to be that operator while we're trying to evolve the rest of the three paths together.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Straight. Appreciate
Sure.
you sharing that. I'm going to go to Commissioner Kilgo first, then Commissioner Cochin, because I heard both of you have questions, and then we'll open up to the rest of the commission. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. As a small business owner, a lot smaller than your business, but as a business owner, I know business. If I invested my portion of $5 million for a piece of property, that essentially if I was able to acquire this property and those zoning changes happen at Fisherman's Landing, you'll be able to do more than you do now at Mart Dock proper. Is that correct?
So Mart Dock, in our minds, is a pretty special terminal because of its peninsula effect. It's got a lot of frontage. To be comparable to the Mart Dock, there's a number that's out there, and that property would be a pretty small portion of it to recreate the same capacities over there. So I would say it would allow us to get there spatially, but maybe not have the same features, but there'd be an endpoint where we could get there.
You could work your business to be able to make it successful.
Sure.
I mean,
Yes, yeah.
before, when you first got up and addressed us, I heard you say that your plan is to move to Fisherman's Landing, do your due diligence that you have to do, apply for the grant, acquire the property from Verplank, and move your operations there,
Yes.
and not drag your feet and just have it shut down and have both places. You want to move your operations to that east side of the lake.
Yes.
And then later on down the road, there's talk of development of Mart Dock proper.
Our hopes are that, yes, in lockstep, there's something going on at Mart Dock proper, but yes, in the end, eventually, all of Mart Dock, yes.
Okay. And I know it's a separate conversation, like the development part of it, right? But for those who want to be able to drive down Shoreline Drive and see it more cohesive throughout from once you get around that corner of Moses Jones and you're in Muskegon downtown, for our downtown to flow and connect with the lake shore and it be cohesive. I think people in the public just want to know that that is your plan. So I thank you for sharing that. We don't have to, dive into it. You've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner Cochin.
So I have a couple of questions for you tonight, Mr. Kingstreet. The first one is in section 3A of the agreement, we were discussing that the perimeter has to be accessible for the cruise ship's docking, essentially. And there's more
Yes.
uses than that, but the cruise ship's docking and port operations. How about, can you explain how Homeland Security and everything works there? Because I know when you get off of a cruise ship, there has to be certain things that are secured, which is why a lot of people can't go down and see the pearl mist when it comes in as close as they would like due to the security risks. And Mr. Mayor had mentioned the shopper docks. If we have shopper docks there, are they going to be able to use those shopper docks?
Yeah, so, the interesting part about vessel security plans, most of the terminals we operate have freighter-based ones. There's some nuance for passenger vessel and whatnot. It's generally a restriction from the land-based side where the vessel comes in, as long as its lines and its passenger flow and its materials and goods go over the dock side. Generally, you constitute that secure space that way. So I don't see it inhibiting activities, certainly not pedestrian. Spatially, once a Great Lakes vessel with a beam of 74 feet is docked up in a configuration like that, there's still ample space in the slip there. So I don't see that having a negative effect on Third Street. And I mentioned parallel as we were sitting here. I do think towards the base of the downtown of the slip, whether it be some parallel docking or docking that wraps around the back of the LST, if it's configured in that way, there'd be space for shopper docks. I think that's something we've contemplated.
Okay. What benefits will our average citizens have when Mart Dock becomes developed?
So those initial concepts that were shown from Smith Group, we understand that the Mart Dock would be approached as a PUD development, right? And there are reasons that you invite pedestrian flow into mixed-use developments, right? You want the people to be a part of your development. And if you saw those initial concepts, there's a strong passion in our group to consider that green belt. That is, let's see if I touch this and screw up Mr. Seiffer's computer here. Let's see, is that it? Okay, well, so, and I would ask again that you consider this concept, but that auditorium that's there that had that green belt out in front of it and whatnot, that we envision perimeter type, a mixed-use boardwalk type activity. So the average person would be able to come down the lake, and instead of necessarily walking the shoreline, they'd have the ability to go perpendicular and go out into the lake and back, similar to quite a few other communities. If you go to Cleveland or whatnot, to the Rock and Roll Museum or whatnot, you can get out towards Lake Erie and wrap around a little bit and come back. Chicago with Navy Pier, certainly you can do a 5K around that one. So anyway, the point is, I think the average citizen here feels their lake from a recreational, perhaps retail event, a space that, yes, is available elsewhere, but this one very close to core downtown.
Okay, thank you. And so just to clarify, the white perimeter that kind of goes around the outside, that would be maybe what could possibly be that boardwalk, or is that a public road, or are we envisioning private roads in here?
So I certainly think, at least a portion of that, particularly across from Grand Valley, there where the foot of the west side of the dock would be. In my own mind, that's where we would probably start, evaluating the first steps in redevelopment and whatnot. So I think the idea would be, as you redevelop sections and whatnot, you'd consider what you're adding and how the public fits in with that. Mm-hmm. So maybe there'd be some cross paths through it or pockets in it or whatnot. I don't necessarily think limiting it to just a perimeter is maybe good planning. I'm not a planner, but they get really creative, with these, and we have seen a lot of them drawn by others. This was the first concept we.
And you had mentioned mixed use. When you're talking about mixed use, we're talking about condos and retail shops and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Likely workspace, recreation, events, museum art, or smaller boutique arts in theater. I think the sky's the limit when you talk about public venues that might have an old auditorium or stage or whatnot. Again, I'm pretty industrial, so that was my attempt at making it sound, appealing.
Okay. And can you speak to the residents' concerns about noise levels? The Mr. Manager had mentioned that there's the cement property over there off of 3rd Street that practically nobody knows about because of the times that they're being operated. Can you speak to the plans or maybe potential plans for reducing noise and pollution along the area if you were to take over Fisherman's Landing?
Yeah, so, that cement company does a great job, and since we're a cement hauler, we operate 5 ships on the Great Lakes that haul powder. It's a tough one, right? One puff of dust and the whole community is part of the problem. They do a great job, and it's now renamed Amrise. I'm not sure if we're aware that our tenant is now. No, that's okay. It's new. I'm just making a plug for them. The great part about where things are evolving in modern docks and whatnot is shore power. Plug in, come in, shut your boat down, and let electrons do it instead of diesel, right? We're mostly diesel to electric equipment in vessels now. So we kind of got into a phase where that became easy. You could be removed from connections, but our visions for the Third Street Wharf are more green and sustainable, and electric hookup for any kind of activity. Now, self-unloading freighters, as you know, they throw a 260-foot boom over, stay for about 8 to 10 hours. Usually it's the connection in the conveyor belt that makes a little clanking sound as it goes around each pass or whatnot. You kind of hear a little bit in the distance, but frankly, they get into a diesel drone that goes unnoticed by many people when you get used to it. So I'm not sure how you would reduce that a lot. Strobe backups on loaders, so they're not piercing across the lake in the quiet, morning or whatnot, or popular or buzzing backups. And so there are methods to do that, but I think the new and more modern, sustainable way to develop these ports, just by nature, lends to quieter ports, certainly less particulate emissions and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Why did Mart Dock or West Michigan Dock not ask for the zoning exemption at the Mart Dock facility?
So again, there's two prongs to that 6535 section.
I'm speaking to prior to this.
So, may I interject? Because I think you've already answered the question, Commissioner Kilgo, that your interest is relocating.
Well,
So that's why they're, if I understand correctly,
Yeah, our
your
interest
desire
is-
is to relocate to.
Our interest is in
Not
relocating,
rezone.
but we also have we're also comfortable in those non-conforming historical use rights.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be secret about it. It's more about when you go to redevelop a section of the dock per se, and you send confusing signals about redeveloping a portion. I mean, it's a large terminal, right? And it's done essentially the same thing for 100 years. So you go to do something new on it or whatnot, having certainty that what you're allowed to do on that other portion of it, if you've gone ahead and taken the step to move forward, that's a large portion of the request, why we would do it, for that certainty.
And I would just add just a little context there, that if they had pursued a owner-initiated rezoning of that, and it came to the planning commission and then the city commission, the planning commission would look at I, as a planning commission member, would look at that preamble and be like, wait, you're asking to rezone something that doesn't align with our planning code or our zoning code. So,
Something
but
that
in the
was taken away
context
in the
of-
past.
In the context of what we're talking about here, it may
Yeah.
make sense. But like,
Yeah.
if it were standalone, years, in the past few years, we were like, wait, no, that was intentionally rezoned back then. This is what the planning commission, this is what the master plan, land use plan is, and that would give direction.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned the campground that is owned or was owned.
Was owned.
Yeah. Why did you divest in that campground?
Removed from Muskegon and our core industrial operations around the Great Lakes. It was really, really isolated. Probably made more sense for someone to add it to their core camping and golf course operations, and so we divested of it.
Do you know what year you divested of that in?
Oh, it has to have been, let's see, we're in 25, 7 to 10 years, I think. Yeah. Okay, 12 years, maybe 15.
You mentioned trust quite a bit, and the city manager mentioned trust quite a bit. And I, Katrina Cochin, do not trust the Mart Dock because either your boss or an employee decided to put my name on a billboard stating that I was against public access to try to sway my vote. That does not make me trust in you or your boss.
That's a legitimate-
Businesses should not be trying to put public pressure to try to get commissioners to change their votes.
So I'm unfamiliar with what the message said, but I'll take you that it meant something to do with your lack of public, or support for public access in order to sway you. Had you not gone out publicly and suggested this was a no-go from the beginning?
No, I said that as the plan was presented, these were the things I liked about it, these are the things I don't. These are the things that I did not support. And everybody knows that I'm for public access. I support increasing our public access, and I want to see it equitable.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Any additional questions?
Well,
No, we're not. No,
I'd
crosstalk
like to
from-
explore the situation before I would issue an apology.
No crosstalk from the audience.
Understand what the context was, or what the message was, or whether it was in response to some other post that went public at another source. I'd just like to understand it before I would do something like that.
Yeah. Confer with your colleagues at Mardoc on that. That marquee was used in a way that did endeavor to shame a member of our commission, which many of us found inappropriate, and members of our community found inappropriate. And so I think there's legitimate concern, and I think that does undermine trust, and especially insofar as the member of our commission is concerned. And so I'll leave it at that. But I
Okay,
would,
so from the aspect of having shamed a commissioner, I would apologize on behalf of the company for that. I don't think that was the intent. I think the intent was to respond to what I deem to be a public profession that this was a no-go from the start.
thank you, Mr. Canestraight. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Canestraight on this draft agreement that's been proposed? Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Kingstree.
Sure.
For taking the time out of your schedule to be here. I heard you mention environmental. I guess that's pretty much your field of expertise also in the
I'm
company.
an environmental and civil engineer, yes.
Okay. Now, you're inquiring this property here at Fisherman Landing. Has there been an environmental study, or have you had conversations about conducting one that would impact shipping activities at Fisherman Landing?
So we were granted the opportunity through prior agreements with the city to do preliminary analysis. So there have been what are referred to as some geo borings on the site, where we have core drilled the site and have a general understanding of the historical makeup of the fill that went into the site. So we haven't gone further than that, but believe that for the use, even if a brownfield tag is placed on that parcel, which I would say was likely, that it would certainly meet an industrial criteria under those state laws, which would be Part 201.
Okay. And thank you for that.
More to do though, sir. I just want to be clear, that wasn't a finite analysis of it.
Okay.
But,
Yeah. Also, talked about some development at the location where you reside. Are there plans to integrate sustainable building and green space at the dock mark?
Yes, absolutely. Again, only a concept, but one thing I noted on those buildings is there wasn't a lot of green on the buildings. Now granted, somebody was just doing their pencil sketches on this and whatnot, but lots of opportunity along the Great Lakes for green roof or sustainable roof, water collection systems and whatnot.
Have there been a conversation, maybe thoughts of moving it where the Silver Side is located?
Moving it out to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the LST, so I guess in short, Vessels keep either their grace with the Coast Guard and have a COI, a certificate of inspection, or they don't. So if you don't have your document, you're essentially a building at a dock. You're not a vessel anymore in the Coast Guard's eyes. So when you are a vessel, you have to put that vessel up every 5 years. You got to do a look, and you have to make sure it can sustain and it's safe and stay afloat. And the capital that it takes to do that is extreme. So I've for a long time advocated using creative slip design to bring that in, so that even if it had just a little bit of flotation, if it ever went to heave and sink, it'd be right on the bottom. And so the idea there would be to permanently land it. And or other vessels. There's examples around the country where folks have landed their vessels for that same reason, so capital intensive to keep them afloat.
Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Any other questions before we move on? No? All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kanestraight. Do you have
Thank
anything
you.
else, final thoughts you wish to share with us?
Again, on the communication from any one of you at any time, and maybe not late hours like suggested by Commissioner Gorman, but really would love to hear from any one of you to talk about any one of these specific topics. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and your partnership with our city. All right. We're going to move on to public comment. Unless Mr. Manager has anything to share with us before we move on to public comment? Nope. Nope? Okay. All right. First up, Barb Arthur joining us from the Lakeside neighborhood. Good evening. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay, good evening. Well, I had one thing. My first, as I put on the paper, Fisherman's Landing is an established and extremely popular recreational facility that should remain available for residents and visitors of Muskegon, not traded for an undeveloped piece of property like that. And I went to a informational meeting at Fisherman's Landing last week, and they had mentioned that they're operated as a nonprofit, and that any profit that they do make, money, goes back into the facility. And one thing they had mentioned that they had a plan for was a fishing pier and improvements on the east side of the Fisherman's Landing property that you could use without being in the campground. But they didn't move forward on that because of the uncertainty with all the moving parts of this proposal. And so I think that would be a lovely thing, and it would increase access for everybody. And if, I have so many notes, I don't think 3 minutes will cover it, but would the campground, should it be taken over by the, I just call it Mart Dock, but, the West Michigan blah, 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 would it stay, would it be a for-profit enterprise, since it's run by a private company, which could dramatically potentially increase the costs for the campers, as opposed to the nonprofit that it is now. That's a concern of mine. Where else? Okay, so I did find out where we can get a copy of the whole development agreement, because, only certain parts were mentioned, and is at the Connect Muskegon. Okay.
Fortunately, that is your time,
Ding,
Mrs.
ding, ding.
Arthur.
Okay.
However, you can email the City Commission at citycommission@shorelincity.com.
Once I sort out my crazy notes.
Yeah, you can contact the City Commission at citycommission@shorelincity.com. So if anyone's not able to give all of their remarks, or they wish to give their remarks separately from the publicly, they may email citycommission@shorelincity.com. And you can also request a copy of the agreement when you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Jamie Cross joining us from the NIMS neighborhood. Oh, and I do have to say one thing. We were starting to get phone calls already. We are not at phone and comment time. We've got several more sheets for in-person public comment. So if you're trying to call in, note that we're not taking phone calls yet. So good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Another long one. Okay, I really want to say how much I really appreciate the work the city and Mark Doc did on this proposal. It's, you can tell, there's been a lot of work and thought gone into it. It's a complicated project with great potential benefits to the community through increased public access and lake protection. That said, I still have warranted concerns, as the city has made some pretty big missteps over the last 6 years in terms of development agreements with public access and lake protection. My biggest concerns is really what happens to Fisherman's Landing. Say that the federal infrastructure grant does not go through, that it doesn't happen. Or if for some reason the Verplank property deal doesn't go through. Those are my two top first concerns. But I'm also concerned about the fisherman side of Fisherman's Landing. I'm hearing good things, but I think that I'd like to know, to ensure that this will not interfere with the bass tournaments, that it also, there'll be public fishing there, the fish cleaning station, everything you said will remain, and that additional parking is found for what is lost. Fishing on Muskegon Lake is a part of our culture. It's ingrained us. It's part of people's way of life, and it's a part of our economy. It should be a priority. The health of Muskegon Lake should also be a priority. It's critical to maintain those shallow habitats along the shoreline in the project area and to maintain a vegetated buffer. Those elements not will only support healthy fish and wildlife habitat, it will go a long ways in terms of climate change. We ended up with algae blooms all last year. It could be from extreme storms that we're experiencing with runoff impacting lake. It's super important right now to think about that. And I also like to really think about the history always and the legacy that was left here by industry that left this community in an economic despair. And it has been the community, along with the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, $80 million of public funds, about 40 years to bring it back to where it's right for development. So residents really should have a piece of the access to the public. And we should be ensured that the city will protect our lake. These might be private properties, but it is our economy. It's important to our culture, our way of life, and our economy. I thank you, and I really wish us all luck getting through this, because there's some great potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Cindy Larson. She leave? She's still around? Okay.
She left.
All right. Cindy's not joining us from NIMS neighborhood. However, we do have Dave Alexander joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood.
I now know why I've left city government.
Good evening and
These
welcome.
meetings are at. Dave Alexander. I'm a resident of Balcombs Cove, Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Mayor and commissioners, I've watched, sailed, boated, kayaked, reported on, promoted, advocated for, and finally lived on Muskegon Lake for the last 45 years. As a business editor, reporter at M Live and the Chronicle, downtown Muskegon manager, retired city employee, member of the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, and now a resident at Balcomb's Cove. This is the most important decision you will make in your city term, in my opinion. This is as important as the 1975 North Star Steel decision, and that was made when I was a sophomore in high school back in Jackson. But the commissioners here in 1975 made the difficult but historic decision to reject a South Korean mini steel mill at the time of double-digit unemployment on what is now Great Lakes Marina in Lakeside. That decision has led us here. That decision of no more industry has led us here tonight. I've made several points in the statements that I've handed to you, but I will in summary say this. This is about saving an exclusive campground used mainly by non-residents. Fisherman's Landing will remain as we know the fishing elements of it. The campground is not open to the public. The campground will be converted into new recreational land with Muskegon Lake public access. The agreement affords the opportunity to redevelop the downtown Mart Dock for waterfront mixed use on Muskegon Lake. Do you know how long city and community leaders have sought such a redevelopment and what that can mean for this community? This agreement will launch a new era of Great Lakes shipping in the port of Muskegon, creating good-paying jobs. I ask you, please vote the interests of the city residents, not special campground interests of those outside of our city. This is as the city manager said, a generational decision. Find a pathway to yes, and thank you, Mayor, for the questions that you have asked as you are seeking for that pathway. Because I think all of you will regret a legacy of a no vote. Do not find yourself blocking such a transformational plan, advancing so many positive aspects of Muskegon Lake and the city. Please allow the transformation of the Muskegon Lake waterfront and the future of the Port of Muskegon to proceed. I implore you for a yes vote. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have David Ruck joining us from the McLaughlin neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
David Ruck, 1604 Peck Street. I've had 3-4 hours to think about what I was going to say, and then I fell asleep, and now here I am. So I think I want to echo what Dave just said. Really, I think this is a monumental decision. I think that there is so much history that is tied into this with trust. The folks at Mart Dock and the city have not historically always gotten along, and I can totally understand why there's hesitation there. And I do think, work towards getting as much in writing as possible. That's definitely important. What I've done for a living for the last several years is largely involved traveling around to other areas of concern, and seeing what these historically industrial places have been doing with their waterfront. Although a lot of that work's been cut by Doge. I was recently in Buffalo, and to see what Buffalo's been doing along the river and their waterfront is amazing. To see what a little town like Ashtabula is doing with their waterfront is amazing. Milwaukee, Duluth. This project fits right in with what you're seeing in communities like that. I think we all have things in our life that we've become attached to, that we love, we get used to, and one day they're gone. And in that way, I totally understand where the folks attached to the campground at Fisherman's Landing are coming from. I get that. I mean, we can all think of something that we had that we don't have anymore. But we get so much more from this than that. It is a gated campground that I have to pay money to go to use, versus a huge swath of waterfront that we can begin maybe cleaning up part of the Verplank property. It's a disaster over there underground. And the ability for us to be able to traverse our entire waterfront and connect to Richards Park would be amazing. And you see this in other even bigger places. I do want to say, though, and I don't know where we stand on this, there was some talk of 50% in the PUD being public access. And that's just the last thing I'll say. We definitely need that in the Mark development.
Thank you, Mr. Rock. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Margie Kelly. I think she might have left. No Margie Kelly. Joining us from Jackson Hill. All right. We've got Kylie Jackson joining us from the NIMS neighborhood.
Hey,
Yes, 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for the hard work that you put into everything surrounding this whole issue. Once again, Kylie Jackson from NIMS neighborhood. The only comment that I wanted to make is a suggestion to both you, Mr. City Manager, and the developers, is that there's a lot of confusion from citizens in Muskegon as to envisioning what this will exactly look like. And as far as exhibits not being released until November after the election, I think it would greatly benefit the citizens and you all as the commission to maybe have examples of what a possibility of this huge development could look like. They don't have to be permanent examples, but just having visual ideas of what it could possibly look like would maybe have a better response from citizens. And then another question for us to think about is many grants have disappeared due to our current administration, and we say that then the city would have to take care of that loss if we didn't have the Verplank, or however you explained it. The cost would fall then on the city. So then the only question that I would have, hopefully you would be able to answer it at a later time, is then what would we lose in another part of the city's budget to take care of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Appreciate you joining us. Next up, we have Leah Willette Leroy joining us from the Nelson neighborhood.
Evening, thank you.
Good evening.
I will harken back quickly to 2012, 2013, when we did in fact move the farmer's market. So this does have a similar vibe and feel, and we were beginning that conversation even back then about Fisherman's Landing. So I appreciate all the effort that you guys are putting into this conversation. A few things, especially from the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, I'd like to echo some previous comments about making an attempt to maintain a lack of a hardened shoreline on the western edge of Fisherman's Landing. If this proposal goes through, there's been no real commitment to that. But one of the key efforts of the Watershed Partnership over time was to reduce hardened shoreline around the lake. And we've made great efforts at that. These plans do not call for any softened shoreline to be specified. And so as development continues around the lake, that's something that we really need to be cognizant of, as well as view sheds. A couple questions. I think that you should ask what the distance requirements are around cruise ships in this type of slip, and whether other uses are really accessible in that small bay area that's being proposed, what actually is possible. I'm not keen on the idea of eliminating riparian rights, and I'd like to point to the sign behind you, in which we are the shoreline city. And we need to take every opportunity to really invest in the shoreline as a public asset. And while private interests certainly keep the city going, industry is always going to look out for itself. It has been doing that for hundreds of years, and it's incumbent on all of us to focus on the city's interests and the city being the folks who live and work and play here. A few communication options if you're going to educate folks about this proposal, really using an if-then scenarios. People have been talking about what happens if this happens, what happens if that happens. People need visual examples of what this looks like for them in all of these various scenarios. And then also, I think that we need a chart. If I missed it, I apologize earlier. Basically, just about the money. Who's spending what where? Who's investing what where? And I realize that there's a lot of public access expectations, but really, who's putting the money out? Because at the end of the day, industry, again, they are out for their own interest, and we will benefit from a lot of those interests. But we need to understand, who's putting out for what, so that the public at least has that to rely on. Easements, and I think there's other work to be done. Obviously, I'm not going to get into the PUD at this point. As you know, I sit on the Planning Commission. But I do think that you saw a visual earlier of 3rd Street as a completely green space. And in nobody's mind, I think, is that going to remain? But that type of envisioning is what folks are excited about. And so that amount of green space in our city is something that we really need to strive for, whether it's in one big chunk or whether it's spread out. But when you go to Chicago, you may go there to shop, but what you see is the shoreline. That's what you experience. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Willette-Leroy. Appreciate you joining us this evening. All right, we have, and I'm going by residency, so come on up, sir. This is our last resident that I've got a public comment form, then we're going to go to the remainder of the public comment forms from folks joining us from other municipalities. But first up, we got Brandon Wright joining us from the Sheldon Park neighborhood. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Fisherman's Landing, I don't make a lot of money at work. Fisherman's Landing where I can go and camp with my kids. 5 generations of us camp. To get that rid of is not really a great idea. The Mart Dock and stuff is talking about good game, but I remember him being told about the late 70s, early 80s about the mall in downtown. I just feel like we're coming to that again. I mean, I love Muskegon, born and raised, and I want what's best for Muskegon, but that campground is everything. It draws in people. They do spend money. I live in the city. I camp down there. I go downtown and spend money. If it was a grocery store down there, I'd shop groceries down there. It's just a very lovely campground. You're never going to get the view. When it's destroyed, you're never going to get it back. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Karen McPherson joining us from Eggleston Township. Is Miss McPherson still here? Oh, all right. Next up, we have Jessica Cook joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Jessica Cook. I do live in the city of North Muskegon. I am also County Commissioner for District 6. All of the properties that are located in this discussion are in my district. So I have been following this discussion and process very closely. First off, just want to commend you on all of the hard work and really just immense efforts at transparency. I'm always impressed by the efforts to provide clarity and all of the work that has gone into this process and all of the listening sessions. I am sad that this meeting has gone on for so long before we got to hearing public comment. So I will keep this short because I think that that's the most important part of this session tonight. I just wanted to speak a little bit as the county, as a partner in this effort. We do own and operate Heritage Landing, which is right next door to Mart Dock, one of the major properties listed tonight. And the timeline for this process is exciting for us. Heritage Landing is in desperate need of an update and a refresh and adaptations to current use, current community needs. And the timeline for this really aligns well with the feasibility of the redevelopment of Mart Dock or of Heritage Landing for our purposes. We are just at our full board meeting tomorrow night. We will be approving, hopefully, a request for proposals for concepts for the new and updated Heritage Landing. Of course, that will take us a long time to put all of the listening sessions and visioning and put all of the financial pieces together. So we're committed to being really good, strong redevelopment partners in improving community access to the lake, right alongside the city as this process continues. I think we've heard a lot of good discussion tonight and a lot of really good questions and suggestions about how to make this project go forward in a way that benefits the whole community. So thanks for having me, and I'm excited to hear more public comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, County Commissioner Cook. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Lisa Dillingham, I believe joining us from Meridian Township. Welcome. You have
Good evening. Thank you.
3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. We've all seen the electric sign on Shoreline Drive saying access to Muskegon Lake for all, and Muskegon Lake for the benefit of all, not just a loud few. I'm here to say we are not a loud few. We are a very concerned many that don't want to see tourists and local families lose Fisherman's Landing Campground, which is a valuable and contributing resource for this community. I was born and raised in Muskegon, a graduate of Muskegon High School. And I just, when I saw that, I said, what does access for all to Muskegon Lake even mean? It implies that currently everyone does not have access to Muskegon Lake. Take a walk, take a bike ride, drive along the lake, and see the many points of access for people to enjoy this lake. There are benches, picnic tables, playgrounds, restrooms readily available in so many places, places I didn't even know. There are countless areas to fish, relax on any number of docks, piers, and walkways, many with handicapped parking and restrooms nearby. And all those things that I just mentioned, they're already right there, right for everyone at Fisherman's Landing. You don't have to pay to go and use that area. That's all open area there for people to use that dock and so forth. And I somehow can't envision, with lots of barge traffic and extra lots of more shipping going on there, that that's going to feel like a good, safe place to fish anymore. In addition, there's Harbortown Beach and Pure Marquette Park, all available for no charge to Muskegon residents. And now there's a shuttle all the way out to Pure Marquette. It's a great addition. So I'm just wondering, who does not have access to Muskegon Lake? I'd like to point out, too, and it was already tonight, that this nonprofit public campground provides affordable housing opportunities for many seasonal workers and their families in the Muskegon area. Single people, couples, and families with young children who live in their camper year-round following seasonal work are able to live and work in our area only because of what that campground offers, that kind of availability. So I urge you, city commissioners, please collectively think outside the box. Remove Fisherman's Landing from the equation and keep this one-of-a-kind resource. Don't destroy and demolish in order to go with what you think or hope is going to go forward. There are enough intelligent minds on this commission that I absolutely believe you can find smart, productive ways to go forward and still keep an already in place valuable community resource. I'd hate to see the commission vote to demolish this one-of-a-kind public campground that brings so much to this city and kind of sell out to big business on this shoreline, especially with so many open-ended questions, things that are left out. There are so many concerns about that tonight, like what is going to be in that document that assures that that's going to go forward like they say it is. So thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Philip Kowalski joining us from Dalton Township.
Property on McLaughlin Street in Muskegon too, so I'm a Muskegon taxpayer as well.
Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay. I appreciate the work that's been done in Muskegon because I moved here from the Chicago area around 39 years ago, and Muskegon was really depressing. However, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and trying to be overzealous and do all that you can as quickly as you can. Like the lady said, that sign said it made it sound like it was an exclusive club, but it is not. It's a campsite for anybody. When you look at it one way, the average household income for the state of Michigan is $69,183. The average household median income for the city of Muskegon is only $44,600. So I can see while you're gentrifying the city, if I can afford a $300,000 townhouse or a $500,000 house on the beach on Muskegon Lake, it seems like we're being groomed for the gentrification. The average guy who's making $21.50 an hour is being left in the dust. So you might want to take another look at it. If you can't salvage Fisherman's Landing, you should at least try or think about relocating it, because I looked online and found 25 different sites that listed as a destination campsite. And while it lists them, it also touts the restaurants and bars and grills and other activities in Muskegon that would be an incentive to bring people to these campgrounds. You have Outdoor Adventures, RV Life, Woodall's Campground Magazine, Travelocity, etc. And they all tend to give them a 4.5-star rating. Now, they say it's exclusive and you got to pay. Well, I remember I used to be able to go up to Marquette Park. Now I can't unless I want to pay. So I guess that's a paid campground also. You pay for what you get. If you have to have revenue to do the upkeep, then yes, paying for parking makes sense. Paying for a campground makes sense because there's an awful lot of work. And I'm surprised that all of you have not been down there to take a personal view, because as Mr. Kilgo commented, every night it's a different sunset. You see the parents lining up with their kids to watch it. Those are the newbies, because us old people have seen it so many times. If we've been camping there for years, we kind of take it for granted, but we shouldn't fall into the trap of taking it for granted. It's a gem, and probably won't, but you really should consider replacing it if you're going to get rid of it. A lot of people really count on it for family outings. And as somebody mentioned before, yeah, I hate driving all the way to North Muskegon or Norton Shores to do my grocery shopping when I'm at the campground, but don't blame it on the campers and pretend that we're hiding our money from you. If Muskegon had built a grocery store or had opened their zoning or whatever you have to do to attract such businesses, we wouldn't have that problem.
That is your time, sir.
I know.
Appreciate you joining us this evening. And next we have Cindy Kowalski, also joining us from Dalton Township, and property owner on McLaughlin. Good evening. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
I am a a Muskegon taxpayer and a seasonal camper at Fisherman's Landing. I lived at this affordable campground from April 15th through October 15th because the rates of other campgrounds are almost twice as expensive. 6 generations of my family have used Fisherman's Landing from when it was just 2 tracks going down to the bank of Muskegon Lake. I watched it transform from a rustic campground into the immaculate campground that it is today. Fisherman's Landing has created great memories for many families, from the city of Muskegon to far away as New Zealand. 2 fishing derbies, Dream Weavers for the terminally ill children, and the Youth Fishing Derby will no longer be able to serve our children there at the campground. They will lose the campground, and will be faced with less than 20% of the boat parking. Mr. Mayor, City Manager, and Commissioners, are you okay with telling our kids that they are not as important or as more profits to our developer? My family spends a lot of money downtown from April through October. We go to the farmers market, restaurants, pedal pub, Taste of Muskegon, Bike Time, and other festivals, even the Milwaukee Clipper to get ice cream. Those who attend to festivals camp at Fisherman's Landing because it's affordable and close to downtown. If the campground is closed, my family will either be at home or another campground with no reason to spend any money downtown. I understand that not all city planners have been to Fisherman's Landing to see why so many Muskegon residents and guests stay there. This does not seem like adequate due diligence. Fisherman's Landing is more than just numbers on a spreadsheet and inaccurate phone surveys. Tens of thousands of dollars has been spent to ensure that campers, boaters, fishermen, and women have family-friendly lifelong memories. Muskegon taxpayers pay nothing to maintain the campground, the office, the pavilion, the roads, the boat launch, handicap ramps, the docks, the restrooms, the fishing cleaning station, the landscaping or Fisherman's Landing employees. It comes out of the money that the campers pay to stay there. I pay for it. I repeat, the money does not come out of the city taxpayer's pocket. My question to you is, I am a taxpayer. Will I, as a taxpayer, have to pay for the maintenance and staffing of the boat launch and office and all that when the campground is gone? I would like to thank Kevin and Kay Wright, managers and their team, for all their hard work in making Fisherman's Landing what it is today. Please say Fisherman's Landing.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us, Mrs. Kowalski. Next up, we have Darlene DeHootie joining us from the City of Norton Shores.
This has been a very interesting meeting. Fisherman's Landing, I'm here to support Fisherman's Landing with every cell in my being, because I'm for nature, and we need that connection to nature. And I haven't heard there's going to be a thorough investigation and impact study on what this is going to mean when the wetlands are taken away. That's huge for Muskegon Lake. And if it doesn't pan out, who's going to pay for that? The lake may be ruined forever. I just want to reiterate, Fisherman's Landing and Campground is a public park, and it's a public campground. Mr. Manager, you said it's a private campground. It's not a private campground, it's a public campground. I would ask that it be protected under the Public Trust Doctrine, which governments are supposed to do. Nowadays, I guess public parks are for sale. I would like to recommend that it be made a charter park. This is very unique. It's not being used by few people. When there are 11,353 actual campground registrations in 2024, 75 fishing tournaments, projected revenue for Muskegon area businesses, if you multiply how many people that would be, it would be $5 to $20 million. That may sound like a lot, but when it's spread out all over gas stations and different businesses, it's not a drop in the bucket, and I think you're going to feel it when they're gone. When a park generates $400,000 a year and there's no cost to the city, that is quite amazing. And I think what happened through the years is this park became so amazingly successful, it was a big surprise to everybody. But what it did for the hearts to the common folk, to the people in the neighborhoods, to the people, my gosh, I would like to know what the LST makes per year. I doubt they make $400,000. When people come from all over the United States and other countries, that's quite amazing. The U.S. camping market is growing by leaps and bounds. The annual compound actual growth rate for the United States camping is 7.31% from 2025 to 2030, resulting in a projected market volume of $39.66 billion by 2030. So if you kept Fisherman's Landing and did what you want to do, I'm not against what you'd want to do downtown. Go ahead and do it. In the past, philanthropists gave that. They gave Hackley Park. They gave Hartshorn. They gave other things. Why can't these people give a sidewalk?
That is your time, Ms. DeHootie.
Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have John Teachma joining us from Fruitport Township. Gone? All right. Next up, we have Steve Holm joining us from Dalton Township. Good evening, Mr. Holm. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening. I'm going to be short and sweet. My question was, how much does the campground generate? And at this forum, has been answered. But I'd just like to say I like Fisherman's Landing. I've used it a lot. My wife and I used to fish bass tournaments there. I've camped there. I love Muskegon Lake. I like White Lake too, but Muskegon Lake has got something special about it. And I guess even though I think the campground is a big asset to Muskegon, I've learned that you have to accept change because whether you like it or not, it's coming. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. Appreciate you joining us this evening. We are down to our final couple forms, so if you haven't spoken yet, you still have an opportunity to speak in person. Otherwise, we're going to be going to the phones soon. So be ready to call in, but do not call in just yet. We're not there. All right. Next up, we got Ron Matthews joining us from Chester Township. Good evening, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ron Matthews. As most of you know, I'm with the Verplank Dock. We have seen this plan, and Mr. City Manager, congratulations. What a mountain of work. I wasn't a sophomore. I was a third grader when North Star Steel came to town, and I actually lived in Lakeside at the time. My dad taught school at Muskegon High School for over 30 years, so I have a lot of background in Muskegon, and part of the reason we partnered with the Mart Dock on this option is because we see this as a great plan for the city of Muskegon. The campground is wonderful. The Wrights do a great job. I totally understand that. But one thing that the Mart Dock is going to be able to satisfy that nobody else, and several people have taken runs at this before, the conversion requirements. Not only are they matching, they're exceeding by leaps and bounds what the conversion requirements are. Nobody's been able to do that before, so that is one part of why this is a great plan. The other part of this is that if you guys can keep your eye on the prize and you can get the Mart Dock to redevelop, that is going to be the final piece to connect to the lake shore. That piece of property is by far the diamond that you're looking for. And that's all I have to say. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Appreciate your patience in being here with us this evening. Next up, we have Robin Claire. Is Robin still here? No? All right. That concludes the comment forms that I have. Unless, Madam Clerk, you have any more comment forms? No? Anyone in the audience that has not spoken that wishes to speak yet tonight? Seeing none, we're going to go to the phones. That number is 231-724-6721. When calling in, please turn down any audio in the background. State your name, and if you are a City of Muskegon resident, which town or which neighborhood you're calling from. And if you're not a City of Muskegon resident, which other township, village, or city you may be calling from.
We have a wireless caller.
And we have a first call-in. Good evening, you're with the City of Muskegon City Commission.
Hi there, this is Angel Kuhn calling. I live out in Holton Township, but I am a business owner on 3rd Street there in the downtown area. I just wanted to share about how growing up, my family and all of their friends got together every summer and they brought their campers out to White Lake or White Lake Campground or Woods and Waters Campground, and we spent our summers there. And I have all these great memories and a unique experience for sure. And so you know that when I say that I support the development, it's not because I don't have understanding for how special these types of places can be. But what I will say is that I've never been in a downtown area in another city before and saw a campground there. What I will say is that when I drive along the causeway and I look to the right of the LC Walker Arena, it's just not very pretty. And it just seems like the city that we're becoming deserves something more. And so I have understanding for the attachment to the campground, and Woods and Waters changed and Whitewater, the White River Campground changed, and that's what life is about, is change. And as a business owner, that's not a bar, that works to help Muskegon not only build up.
I lost the connection. Are you still there, Ms. Kuhn?
It says phone services are disconnected right now. It's reconnecting right now.
Okay. Can we pause the timer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we're trying to reconnect with the wireless caller.
We have Cindy Larson calling in.
Okay, we're gonna, Ms. Kuhn, if you call back in, we'll take you. and give you back some time to complete your comment. Otherwise, we're going to go to Cindy Larson, neighborhood from the Nelson neighborhood.
There you go.
Hello?
Hello. You're with the
Hello,
City
can
of
you hear me?
Muskegon City Commission.
Yeah, hi, this is Cindy Larson. Sorry I had to leave earlier from Nelson Neighborhood. So I just want to say thanks to everyone for holding and hanging in here because this is one of the most amazing things that could ever happen to Muskegon. It's like Ron Matthews said, that this is the final piece in our development and our plan for the future. I don't think people realize they're not thinking about the Mart Dock property was there way back when the entire waterfront was industry. That's why they're there. And now they understand as a third generation, I believe it's third generation, that they no longer belong there and they do need to move for the betterment of the community. And so we should be so grateful that they're still standing. Just think about all their neighbors that went out of business. And thank goodness we still have some of Continental Motors and Rank, but the rest of it is gone. And so now it's time to move on and into the future. So I just hope that you guys can do that. Don't get lost in the weeds. I'm confident that everybody can work together to make this the best community ever. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Appreciate you calling in.
Thanks.
I heard someone else trying to call in on.
There are a few of them, yes.
Okay.
Waiting for them to call back. We have a Michael Toll.
Good evening. You're with the City of Muskegon
Good
City
evening.
Commission.
Yes, my name is Michael. Last name is Tall.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yeah. Excuse me, can you say it one more time?
You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Tall. I'm here to urge you to protect Fisherman's Landing and Campground. This space has been a cornerstone of Muskegon for decades. It provides affordable public access to Muskegon Lake, draws in fishermen and campers from across the region, and supports our local businesses. Taking away this would permanently strip our community of one of its greatest assets. The proposal to replace it with refurbished shipping containers, rusty old barges, and eliminate some of the wetlands would damage both the beauty and the health of Muskegon Lake. Wetlands protect water quality, they support the wildlife, and safeguard our shoreline. Once they're gone forever. Our waterfront should reflect Muskegon's identity as a vibrant, welcoming, recreational community, not an industrial dumping ground. Removing Fisherman's Landing would trade long-term community value for short-term industrial use, and that is not a good deal for Muskegon residents. I urge you to reject this proposal and preserve Fisherman's Landing and campground for future generations. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Toll. Appreciate you calling in. I know we had at least a couple other people trying to call in.
One person trying to call in.
Oh, one person tried to call. Okay.
A lot. Oh, and there they are.
There we go.
Future generations.
Good evening. You're with the City of Muskegon City Commission. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Please state your name.
My name is Stephen Stonex.
Yep.
Let me know when I'm ready.
Yep, you're ready to go, sir.
Okay, no, my only thing on Fisherman's Landing is the memories that we have made with my grandparents and that my kids made with my parents. Fisherman's Landing is huge. It's not just, a community campground. It's a generational enjoyment. Getting rid of that would get rid of huge memories. Getting rid of Fisherman's Landing, it would be disgusting. It's more than corporate greed. It's let's protect this community and keep this here. Getting rid of that, get rid of huge memories. Getting rid of Fisherman's Landing, it would be disgusting. It's more than.
Are you done with your remarks, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Anyone else trying to call in? We'll give that a little bit more time given the delay on Facebook before we conclude. The commissioners have that motion at the ready.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I've got more questions.
You're joking, right?
I'm not actually.
We're
But
beyond
I'll
that.
get you after.
anything tonight.
Okay, yeah.
These are different questions.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're not doing any other business tonight. This is just, yeah.
No, this is different questions.
Okay.
Sure. Thank
Do
you.
we have one more public comment form?
Actually, no.
Someone's
We've
calling
got
in.
2 calls coming in.
Okay.
Hold on.
Good evening. You're with the City of Muskegon City Commission.
Hi there, this is Angel Kuhn again. I was told maybe I got cut off at the end.
Yes. Welcome back, Ms. Kuhn.
Thank you so much. I guess I'm not really sure exactly where I got cut off, but I just wanted to reiterate. That traditions are important and memories are great and family time is important, and I can understand wanting to keep traditions going, but it's said that the only constant in life is change itself, and I think that this opportunity is, as many have said, a once in a lifetime. As someone that lives outside of the community that has consistently for decades come into Muskegon to spend my money there and support it, I'm ready to see it be all that it deserves to be. And so I think that we just need to at the very least, be open to the discussions and be willing to find a way forward to yes, even if that includes down the road finding another area of the city to develop into a great family friendly camping area. So thank you so much, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Appreciate you calling in.
Mark Paletti was trying to call.
Okay. We'll give another moment for them to call.
There he is.
All right. You are with the City of Muskegon City Commission. Please turn down any audio in the background and state your name.
Hi, this is Mark Paletti, Bluffton.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Oh, hi. Geez, once you lose public land, you lose it forever. We have a very unique thing. We have urban camping. Outside Magazine says how rare it is. We're a leader. We can be proud of it. Let's not destroy something that's very, very, very successful in our town. Oh, hi, my name is Mark Paletti.
No.
Hi.
Please.
Oh, I was just...
You got echo in the background.
Turn your...
If you turn down Facebook or YouTube. And you have 2 more minutes for your remarks, sir, if you have any additional remarks.
Good. Yeah, I'm sorry I had background noise. So we talked about the people wanting more access to the lake. Well, I'm a walker. I don't really get excited about walking along the boat mart. That doesn't excite me at all. We have camping. That's a big thing. We should never give away any public land like that. The last time we gave away boat launch, we gave it to Hartshorn. Now you try to find Hartshorn, you can take your computer, your phone, whatever, try to follow our signs. It looks like we gave it away. Okay, the other point I want to make, we talked about having a fishing launch. That fishing launch won't last with big dump trucks full of particulate matter going in and out of there. That parking lot will be decimated. It will be nothing. It'll be just another switch and bait. I wish at one point we could get a politician that took the people first, no matter what. They could put the business owners, the big oligarchs on the lake, and treat them like a homeless person that you're taking a tent away from and tell them tough luck. I wish we could do that one time. Let's get somebody that cares about the people. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. I think we had someone else trying to call in.
We did. Mr. James Kolkema, he's calling back.
All right. Good evening. You're with the City of Muskegon City Commission.
Hi, this is Jan Kolkema calling from the NIMS neighborhood. How is everybody there?
Good evening, Mrs. Kolkema. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay, I'm sitting in my pajamas. I feel badly that you are not, but I hope you get home. I just want to counter those comments about Fisherman's Landing being a public campground, and it is not a public campground. My husband and I went down a week ago. It is gated, a sign saying you cannot enter unless you're a camper. We went to the office and asked if we could go in and view the campground, and she told us no, because we don't know a camper. As Commissioner Kilgore said, the sunsets, I guess, are beautiful from the campground, but I can't get in and see them, and I can't take my grandkids in to play on the play equipment. This is not a public campground. This is a private gated campground that is only accessible to just a few. So I hope you get to go home soon and get some sleep, and thank you all for all the hard work you do. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kolkema. Appreciate you phoning in. Right. Did we hear any other beeps coming through? I think we are wrapped up with our phone-in comments. 5, 4, 3. Oh! There we go. One more.
So close.
No more countdowns for
There you go.
Good evening. You're with the City of Muskegon City Commission.
Yeah, this is Dan Stonex.
You have 3 minutes to write your remarks, sir. Hello?
Yeah, and I was down there all night long, and part of what it came up is the dredging of the channel because of the tonnage that needs to go through it. I think with Verplank being there, you've got more tonnage that goes through that channel than when the cod plant was there. On top of that, Fisherman's Landing is a public campground. Yeah, you have to pay to camp there, but it is open to the public. And I hope you guys take all into consideration that you're going to lose a gem that has been there for ages. Have a good night, and hope you guys get home. Bye.
Thank you much. You have a good evening. Take care. All right, commissioners, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner German, support by Vice Mayor St. Clair. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you. Take care and be well.
Hey, everyone.